Hello, everybody. Check, check, check. Looks like we're going live here, folks. Nice to see you, ladies and gentlemen, and everything in between. I'm Dustin Cormier, and today we are watching an episode of How to Rock Astrology. Very happy to be here hanging out with you folks. I'm just making sure my comments are all goodly silent, but I can see your comments. So, I hope everybody's feeling okay. It's nice to see Teresa here. It's nice to see Nuez Project. And I'm sure we're going to have more people trickling in as we go along. Today's episode, we are going to be discussing the one and only Scorpio Rising. We're going to be looking at auspicious and inauspicious houses from the lagna. And that is not a pasta dish. That is the Ascendant Rising sign. So we have the houses that are considered to be luck-bearing as well as difficulty-bearing for Scorpio. And as we're going to talk about, each sign has heavy and light sides of itself. We all have the light of the planets that are easy for us and the shadow of the planets that are difficult for us. It is how we deal with the cards that we're dealt that ultimately conveys the evolutionary state of the person. There are some people with very difficult planetary arrangements, but who have evolved souls and who know how to take a bad poker hand and make it into much more than what they've been dealt. Hello, Glitzy Glam. Nice hanging out with you. Glad that you're here. So, as usual, folks, we've got a few things that we're going to be learning from. I have a presentation planned. We're going to read from a few books, and we're going to be hanging out and having fun along the way. So this is a live stream, folks. Feel free to ask questions. I'm going to do my best to answer to them. A lot of the times I get so glued into the conversation that I don't spend as much time on questions as I would like. But I am interested in bridging that gap. These videos are intended to be eternal study group videos. So that's why I do tend to stick so hard to the content, but all of you hanging out with me are usually pretty good at zeroing in on what I'm talking about in the moment. So feel free. And if you ask a real ringer, I'll bring it into the conversation. Thank you very much for everybody for coming. Let's start chipping away at our Scorpio Rising video. So I start all of these videos talking about the symbolism of the planetary glyphs. This comes from Isabelle M. Hickey's Astrology, a Cosmic Science. Many of you have probably seen this, but I'm going to reiterate it for those who are watching for the first time. The basic building blocks of the planetary glyphs are represented by the following. We have the circle, we have the crescent, and we have the cross. Most of our astrology symbols, basically all of them, are made up of these three different symbolic glyphs. The circle represents that which is boundless, eternal, infinite, without beginning and without end. It is often represented by the serpent swallowing its own tail. It's the Ouroboros of the circle. You can see, of course, Mars is really taking after the circle, as we're going to see. Really, it's all we need to really talk about. But the crescent is also important. It's the moon, the lunar part of the personality. It's the in-between spot between the cross and the circle. And then the cross symbolizes Earth living. So it is the signature of our planet and the life that we live on Earth. That's the cross, generally. It's interesting that there was a time when Mars was considered to be the circle of spirit underneath the cross, as if subservient and obeisant to the cross of Earth. It's as if the cross of Earth, which is our many things that we need to deal with in our life, are holding the eternal spirit subservient. It's the holy hand grenade of Mars, the explosive power of the animal spirit. the animal dimension of the soul. And this is what Mars's ancient signet was. At some point, we saw that there was a circle, and somewhere along the line, we got this figure of Mars, which is the arrow coming out, the arrow of manifestation, of earthly manifestation, coming out of the eternal circle of spirit. So, what does Isabelle M. Hickey tell us about Mars? Mars represents desire, energy, and action. Isabelle Hickey actually translates this symbol as being an upside-down Venus, the holy hand grenade. Excuse me. The symbol of spirit, the circle, is held down by matter, the cross. This gives an indication that Mars rules the animal self, not yet redeemed by the inner spirit, the inner self. It's this in-between flux space inside of all of us. And there was a time when the symbol was made in the above left fashion, showing the complete subjection of the spirit, the circle, to matter, the cross on top. Now the energy, like the arrow, can be magnificently used by the spirit to raise the animal energy to the ennobled state of spirit. And this is very much what Mars is all about. It's the ennobling principle in all of us. It is the general to the sun, as I often like to say. And people ruled by Mars, like Scorpio Rising, generally find themselves being caretakers of the sun inside themselves, as well as this general sun of others, of everybody. Mars is the manifestation principle of this eternal circle of the sun inside of all of us. And Scorpio Rising does tend to generally play this role, the general, the manifester. And as well, there's a challenge to everyone ruled by Mars. The challenge is to take the burgeoning, many flashing lights of human awareness and human consciousness and human life, bringing them in, reining them in, and sublimating them into something greater than the parts. A sum which is greater than its parts is very much depicting the Mars challenge, the Mars goal, the Mars objective. Mars is a positive, outgoing, out-thrusting energy. It's masculine in expression. He tends to scatter matter, for he drives from the center of the self outward. Mars has a great deal to do with the physical self, for it rules the human animal. We go through the Mars period from about age 1 to age 3. It's the terrible twos period, where we are developing an awareness of our motor functions. That's according to the Nirasimha Dasha theory. It's a Vedic idea. I'll just give a little bit of an idea of that. I'll talk about it when I get into Mars and the Graha Sutras, but essentially each age of human life is depicting a certain emphasis of one of the planets. The moon is from 0 to 1, the suckling age. And then Mars is from age 1 to 3. It's when we develop on our motor functions. It's when we, this is my toy. This is my chocolate bar. No, honey, you can't have this chocolate bar. But I want it. If we have a good Mars, we can be told that there's a limit to our animal energy and accept it without being upset. And as well, if we have a good Mars, we know that we still have to use this animal energy, and we'll use it appropriately in order to own what is ours in a positive way. It's good for parents at the age that when a child is from the ages of 1 to 3 to rein in the child's infinite resolve to own the whole universe, as the terrible twos tend to do. And it's also good to have a loving sense of some kind of discipline, some kind of refinement, and even to push the child to do things, to compete in a way, but to be playful in it, to accept their bodies and to get into their bodies. Something we do from ages 1 to 3. Now, on the emotional level, Mars gives the drive to our feelings. When feelings are activated, Mars is as responsible for courage as he is for temper. The energy is the same. It is the use of it that names it. Essentially, Mars is fire. Without the fire of life and an enthusiasm and a passion for livingness, then there is no vitality. Hello, Genius POV. Nice to see you. Without the fire of life and an enthusiasm and passion for livingness, then there's no vitality. There's no vital essence. Where Mars is placed in the natal charts is where there is great energy that can bring strife and tension if it is not handled properly. And it needs to be handled properly. Wherever Mars is in the chart is where we grip our capacity to use the animal energy that ennobles us and manifests what is inside of the sun. The sign and house of Mars is going to give us a clue as to the space that we need in order to manifest and grip our reality, grip our nervous system, grip our motor functions, and do what we need to do in life. So Mars represents courage, dynamic energy, activity, strife and war, aggressive urges, combativeness, struggle, sports, initiative, passion, mechanical ability for sure. This especially resonates with Scorpio, as we're going to see. There's a selfishness that can be with Mars, and sometimes that's not necessarily, Mars is a pure archetype. The self, the one inside of us all, sometimes needs to create the space for itself in order to operate properly amongst all the other planetary energies of ourselves and other people. We are an individual as well as we are the transcendental self, which is beyond the ego, beyond this individual sense of self. We are both and a well-attuned Mars knows this all too well. Like any plant digging its roots into the earth, Mars allows itself to take the space it needs to do the best that it needs to do in life. And this is true of, again, anybody ruled by Scorpio or Aries. If you ever had somebody who has a Scorpio rising or an Aries rising, and you'll notice that especially Scorpio rising makes room for its team. There can be good, strong ambassadors for a team effort. Because Mars identifies with its team. It's the feminine. It's the back of the solar plexus. It's the back. Mars is the front of the solar plexus chakra, the third chakra, the will. Scorpio is the back. Have you got my back, man? Who's got my back? A very Scorpio phrase. Scorpio is seeking to make the space and take the space for what its team needs. And we all appreciate Scorpio risings when they take that space for all of us, because now our team, somebody on our team had the balls or the ovaries or whatever to grab the space needed for our team to do the best that it needs to do. It's a very important sign. Now, we're not going to look up Libra rising. Good to know that I've got to change that. We are now going to be looking up Scorpio rising by Isabelle M. Hickey. There's really just so much to read on each of these things. I could go through all these books, but I don't want to spend too much time in these individual books. But we are going to read now. This is the same book we've been reading from, Astrology, A Cosmic Science by Isabelle M. Hickey. She's a Western writer. She's got a Christian Gnostic sort of background, but it's more Gnostic than Christian, really. And I love the writings. I got tuned into this book by Jimmy Page. This is a book that Jimmy Page read in order to get his grip on astrology. And I always recommend it, but I also, as a cross-cultural pollinator, I like to read from different texts to get different ideas of things. So, what we read about Scorpio on the ascendant, we learn that this is the hardest ascendant of all. This is a battlefield where the soul and personality must come to mortal combat. There is a limiting sense of self that we all kind of have, and Scorpio is that phoenix energy that needs to burn into the dirt in order to rise again from the ashes of failure, of difficulty, of martial pushing and aggression against the world's boundaries and resistance to the ennoblement of the soul. Scorpio needs to have this experience one way or the other in order to do what Scorpio does. We love them for it. But it is a tough sign, typically. Mind you, it is proper to say that really anybody who has any rising sign, you got to expect that you're in the back of the solar plexus chakra. You're going to be dealing with this kind of energy. But if you have a well-placed Mars, and if you have a well-placed Sun, well-placed Jupiter especially, you will enjoy this battlefield, and the phoenix will be a seed that is ready to ripely plume through the positive dimensions of your chart. So while there's a tough job on agenda for Scorpio rising, not everyone is going to struggle with that struggle. Mars is the planet of pointed to ennoble the spirit. I just wanted to give that caveat. So, Isabelle Hickey tells us that the Scorpio must come into alignment with the deepest natural self, and the personality must die. The battle concerns the threefold personality. Physical, emotional, and mental levels are involved. Strongest ascendant of all, according to Isabelle M. Hickey. They have great depth. They are a devil or an angel. There is hardly an in-between. Usually they will be a devil very strongly until something just splinters them open and they become the exact opposite. The same powerful energy that they were digging into negative experiences, often after their Saturn return or after 36, after Saturn matures. A lot of times Scorpios will usually go from a devil to a risen phoenix-like angel. Or they might very well just stay a devil. There are in-betweens, but I understand why Isabelle Hickey is giving us these extremes. Scorpio rising is willful, self-reliant, and courageous. They are reserved and hard to understand. They are self-controlled and stoical. They appear calm on the surface, but there's an extreme emotionalness inwardly. The silent type. Great determination and strength enough to overcome any adversary in the long haul. Scorpio, Aries can win any battle. Scorpio is always looking to win the war, whatever that means for the Scorpio. Scorpio needs to overcome resentment and jealousy. It's in the nature to always wanting to be winning. To be on top of itself, really, is what it wants to do. It's like that famous phrase, the only true strength is beating what you were previously. And that's what Scorpio wants to do. Of course, when other people are coming along and saying, hey, I'm competing against you, the Scorpio says, this is that eternal self that I'm always trying to ennoble. It's you again. The person says, huh? No, I've never met you before. I'm just having a little small battle with you over my spot on the bus. No. This is the same devil I've been fighting since I was 1 to 3 years old. You are the limited sense of past self that I'm always looking to transcend. You know what? You can take that spot on the bus. Scorpios are intense this way. They got a deep memory of all the things that have ever come through, and they transmute it all into this moment as being the same self inside themselves that they're always trying to best. But a good Scorpio rising won't take it personally to the other person. They'll just see it as that person having played the role of the self that they're always trying to transcend in this moment. Right? No unevolved soul is born with a Scorpio ascendant. That's an interesting phrase. I don't always agree with everything that Isabelle M. Hickey says. And that one's a tough one to say. But I will say that anyone who goes through the Scorpio rising experience on Earth, if they are an unevolved soul, it's a real hyperbolic time chamber. You learn a lot through the stress and pressure. You know, pressure makes diamonds, and that's true for Scorpio rising's whole life. So they do need to overcome resentment and jealousy. The razor-edged path that can only be tread is the Scorpios. And this is only done when there is strength and power enough to do so. This would be a difficult thing for anyone with a difficult Mars or a difficult Jupiter or a difficult Sun or a difficult Moon, or all of these planets having some kind of difficulty. The Scorpio rising will tend to feel embarrassed, as if they couldn't rein in the horses of their unconscious and subconscious and subliminal compulsions. They couldn't rein in the horses. They dragged them along somewhere, and they'll feel like a piece of crap if they don't attain something. We're going to talk about how the sun rules the 10th house for Scorpio, right? Scorpio being on the left. Wait, hold on. Let's see. How would I go this way? Up. Leo is the 10th house from Scorpio. That's what I'm trying to say. So attainment is very important for the Scorpio. And it takes the masculine planets, Sun, Moon, Mars, and Jupiter, to convey this. Moon is not technically masculine, but it is of the soul nature, ruling a water sign, and it's on the fire and water side of things, shared with the Sun, Mars, and Jupiter. We're going to talk about that as we go along. Isabelle Hickey tells us is that we should note the position of Mars, this is the outwardly in the world, and Pluto, representing the underworld, for they will show what work is to be done by the personality in this life. Glitzy Glam has mentioned that their sun squares their Mars, and you've said that's unfortunate. Don't always consider that a square like that is necessarily going to ruin you. Sometimes that creates the dynamic tension that can bring strong results. It really just depends, again, on how you deal with tension, which we're going to talk about through the deities of Mars. Sometimes a square between the Sun and Mars, at least especially in the Vedic reckoning, is not necessarily a day ruiner. It means that there will be interactions between the self, the eternal self of the dharmic goals in life, the Sun, versus the capacity, the way that you get those goals done. That's the general Mars. Squares are not killers, in my perception as a Vedic astrologer. So, that was a little bit of reading on Scorpio Rising by Isabelle M. Hickey. Now, the next thing we want to get into, I think I'll go through this, and then I'm going to talk a little bit about the deities of Mars. So, here we are talking about these two groupings, as I mentioned. Notice that the Sun, the Moon, Mars, and Jupiter are all ruled, or they rule rather, fire and water signs. We can see that there is a split in the planets. And this has to do primarily, we can't consider this an exact rule. But when we get into what we regard, as I've been talking about, when we get into the auspicious and inauspicious houses from the rising sign, you're going to notice that this shares what we see as that split. The green houses are luck-bearing houses for Scorpio. We see that the ones ruled by Scorpio, it's the 1st and the 6th, are ruled by Mars. The ones ruled by Jupiter, Sagittarius and Pisces, the 2nd and 5th house, are auspicious and bring good luck. Then the 9th house is, you know, we can, it's funny because it's a both and thing. Of course, the ninth house would bring good luck, but it just happens to be the case that the moon rules a water sign in trine with Scorpio, and it happens to bring, it's an auspicious planet. And then Leo, the lord of the 10th house, is also auspicious for Scorpio. It's one of the reasons why Scorpios are such go-getters. And they have, like, really, Scorpio is a loaded deck, and it can be for such positive. They have big demons that they have to deal with. The 11th house and the 12th house, being hard houses, are ruled by inauspicious planets. The 8th house is ruled by an inauspicious planet, so is the 3rd house. So they fall hard when they fall, but they rise hard when they rise. That's very Scorpio rising. And it's because the luminaries rule the 9th and 10th house. It's very important to the nature of Scorpio rising. Ultimately, what we're showing here is that Mars, Jupiter, the moon, and the sun are friends of Scorpio, while Saturn, Venus, and Mercury are considered inauspicious conspirators of Scorpio. Mind you, Venus and Saturn are not necessarily enemies to Mars. Mercury is really Mars's only enemy, and we're going to talk about where that's at as we go along. So we can see the divide happening here. There's a divide between the fire and water ruled planets and the earth and air ruled planets. So what's this all about? When you notice in astrology that Venus rules the earth and air signs, Taurus and Libra. Mercury rules Virgo and Gemini, earth and air. Saturn rules Capricorn and Aquarius, earth and air. So they're on one side of things. And they are not on the same side of things as Mars. Mars rules Aries and Scorpio. It's fire and water. So what else rules fire and water? We have Jupiter ruling Sagittarius and anciently Pisces. Is the Vedic conception that Jupiter rules the water sign Pisces more primarily than Neptune. And the sun and moon, respectively, rule Leo, which is fire, and Cancer, which is water. So these are kind of tending to be more auspicious planets for all things related to Mars. Of course, Mars in the Scorpio sign, Mars is ruling a water sign, and so Scorpio has a deeper affinity with the moon, and the sun is the playground. It's the very adversary that the self is constantly trying to align itself and ennoble itself through. So Leo can be tricky for Scorpio, but ultimately it's auspicious and is a good thing. It does well for Scorpio. So we see the fire sign lords, Jupiter, Mars, and the sun. Sun rules Aries, Sun rules Leo, Mars rules Aries, Jupiter rules Sagittarius. And then we have the water sign lords. Jupiter rules Pisces, Mars rules Scorpio, the moon rules Cancer. And this is, of course, the important triad for Scorpio rising. And then we could see, of course, it's the same for the earth signs ruled by Venus, Saturn, and Mercury, and then the air signs ruled by Venus, Saturn, and Mercury. So for Mars, just like every planet, we have friendships and enmity. Usually the sun, moon, Mars, and Jupiter are generally grouped together as friends. Generally. Mars's neutrals are Venus and Saturn. And this has everything to do, you know, if you want to look up, I've got a video on, it's called Mula Trichonas. I released it on the Asheville, on RYAN KURCZAK'S channel. And it talks about where does this friendship come from? It has everything to do with the sign placement of every sign from what's called the Mula Trichona. Mars' Mula Trichona is Aries. So when you look at the Aries chart, you'll notice, for example, that the sun is in the 5th sign from Aries. And Aries is the Mula Trichona of Mars. It's the essence of Mars. The sun rules the 5th from the essence of Mars, so it's a friend, because the 5th house is a good sign. The moon rules the 4th, and it only rules the 4th, so that's a good sign as well. Jupiter rules the 12th, which is a neutral sign from Aries, as well as it rules the 9th, which is a positive sign. It's considered positive. Venus rules the 7th from Aries. Yes, it rules the 7th from Aries as well as the 2nd from Aries. The 7th is a tougher placement, but the 2nd is neutral, so Venus is considered neutral. So this is where this all kind of comes from. So Mars' nature tends to be friends with Sun, Moon, and Jupiter, and it's neutral to Venus and Saturn. And then we have Mercury for Mars' enemy. When you think about it, Mars, what does Mercury rule from Aries? It rules the 3rd sign, Gemini, and the 6th sign, Virgo. Both of these are difficult and uncomfortable placements generally. So Mercury is considered to be an enemy of Mars. If Mars falls in Gemini or Virgo, especially Virgo, because that's the Mula Tricona of Mercury. When Mars falls into either of those spots, it's considered to be an ill dignity. Basically, it thinks a little bit too much, and it stops it from doing the instinctive gripping of what the sun is supposed to represent, which is the dignity in the soul. Mars in a Mercury-ruled sign, or when it's aspected by a strong Mercury, Mercury makes it think about the opportunities that could come by compromising the soul. You know, I have these deep soul desires, and I have to go through them. But I mean, you know, there's this opportunity that I have that could take me, I acknowledge that it's not exactly what I want to do with my life, but it could bring me some extraneous fun and play and pleasure and even make my life easier. Mercury is important for everybody. But when Mars is aspected by Mercury and Mercury is strong, it messes with Mars. And when Mars falls into Gemini or Virgo, it messes with what Mars is supposed to do. As long as Mercury is somewhere strong in the chart that's not messing with Mars, it's a very good thing for a Scorpio, because it rules Scorpios, let's see, what would that be, the 8th and the 11th. And we're going to talk about that as we go along. You just don't want them to get entangled with each other, because Mars is really, like I said, it's the self. It's a certain, like a plant taking root, demanding that it needs this much space in the undersphere of you know, there's a cool Rush song. I'm a Canadian. And there's a cool song by the band called Rush. It's called The Trees. If you listen to the words of The Trees, what it's all about, they were into the lyricist of this band, Rush, was into an author called Ayn Rand. She's not perfect, but she's very interesting in her writing. And it talks about like this very Mars-like grip on taking the space that is needed. And the song is all about this interesting thing that trees do, which is that they compete for sunlight. Hey man, don't grow so tall. You're getting in the way of my sunlight. Well, why don't you just grow taller then? I'm sorry, I'm not going to limit the potentials of my spirit just because you can't keep up. There's a war going on in the plant world, and it's how much, when you go through a forest, all their plant roots are all entangled with each other, and they're all vying for underground space, because the more root space a tree can take, the higher up it can grow. It can only grow so much upwards as it takes root space underneath itself. I wonder how many Scorpios are thinking, geez, this sounds very familiar to my life. It's a tricky thing because the Scorpio is the tallest tree. It has the sun as its 10th lord. The Scorpio, we want Scorpios to do this. This is why Scorpios invent things. They make achievements academically that no one else would really typically go to that length at, you know. And they can sustain this as long as they have a strong Saturn, which rules their 3rd and 4th house. A Scorpio with an ill Saturn is not going to have the emotional capacity to sustain them and keep them going on their greatest heights. Family, the 4th house, is a difficult but necessary reality for the Scorpio to deal with. Thankfully, Saturn's not an enemy to Mars. The real tricky thing is Mercury, which was the 8th and the 11th, as we'll talk about. But this is very much in the nature of Scorpio, is to demand space and to do what is necessary when you need to do it. Now, this brings me to two depictions of deities that is given in one of my favorite books, Graha Sutras by Ernst Wilhelm. I highly recommend this book for anybody. It basically goes mostly through Parashara, Horashastra, and the things given there. So, for Scorpio, for Mars, I should say, there is a presiding deity. I'm going to go through the idea. I just read it over this morning just to get a vague grasp of it. And then you'll hear me going through this whole thing when I eventually do Mars in the Graha Sutras live stream, which I'll do eventually. I got so many things on my docket right now. Mars, excuse me, there's an avatar and there's a deity. The avatar for Mars was a character called Nirasimha. So Nirasimha, am I saying it right? Let me just check. Nirasimha. I believe that's how you would say it. Nirasimha was this lion man. It's half lion, half man, half animal, half man. Just like we read in Isabelle Hickey. The animal nature of the self is in full-bodied, full flesh in the Scorpio and the Aries rising. It's like a lion, and the truest, like a good lion tamer, doesn't just, well, it is what it is. A good lion tamer or tiger tamer, they won't just feed heroin and morphine to the tiger, so it's just this big kitty cat. And then they open up the jaws and hold their head inside and look at this. Oh, wow, I'm so amazing, aren't I? Meanwhile, they're just pushing around a pussy cat. That's like somebody who has a Scorpio rising or Mars and has dumbed down their animal nature. A true Aries rising keeps themselves full-blooded, but still acts appropriately in appropriate ways. Same thing with a Scorpio. They have that full, 6-cylinder, 8-cylinder, full gusto, and they use it with discernment. So Nirasimha was this man lion, and it's an avatar of Vishnu. All these avatars are really avatars of Vishnu. So as the story goes, long ago there was an asura, a demon, called Hiranyakashipu. And Hiranyakashipu was the ego. You often hear me, the devas, which are the planets, are exalted forms of pure numerology, pure spirit, and they rest on top of the human qualities of human nature, the us left to our own devices without the purity of spirit inside of us. So Hiranyakashipu is like this ego, this undisciplined ego. And he wanted to rule the whole universe. He wanted to rule everything. I rule all this space. And so Vishnu incarnates as a special type of character. And he incarnates eventually as this Nirasimha. But before he does, he sends off his son, Prahlada. Prahlada has its own metaphorical relationship to things. It's not explained in here, but what we hear is that Prahlada is the son of Hiranyakashipu. And Hiranyakashipu's priest says, hey, dude, check yourself before you wreck yourself. You're going to give birth to a son who is going to invoke Vishnu and is going to be stronger than you and cause you ruin. And Hiranyakashipu had gotten a boon by Brahma that it wouldn't be killed in the day or the night. It wouldn't be killed inside or outside. And it wouldn't be killed on the earth or in the sky. But Brahma couldn't grant it full immortality because Brahma is not immortal like Vishnu is. But Brahma can grant a boon like this to make these very specific nuanced things. So Brahma gives Hiranyakashipu this capacity, and Hiranyakashipu gets these powers and gets a little headstrong with them and says, nobody can kill me because I won't be killed in the day or the night. I won't be killed on earth or in the sky. So I'm fine. So I can just rule everything and no one's going to come back at me and get me. Prahlada, Hiranyakashipu's son, becomes a worshiper of God and of Vishnu. And Hiranyakashipu doesn't like that. So he tells his instructors of his son, don't tell this kid about Vishnu, because Vishnu has been prophesized to come and get me at some point. So don't teach him about Vishnu. Don't teach him about the Vedas. Just teach him about simple math and all this junk. Prahlada always just comes to him and says, I've been learning about God. Haven't you been learning about numbers? I've been teaching you mathematics and trigonometry. Prahlada says, yes, I see God in it. It's all a service to God. So they try to eventually kill Prahlada, the son. The instructors do. And they can't. For some reason, they can't kill this 5-year-old kid. And Hiranyakashipu eventually wants to kill him himself with his bare hands. And he tries to do it. And he goes to do it, but before he does, he questions Prahlada. And he says, who is this God? Who is this Vishnu that you are saying is stronger than me? Prahlada says, he is everywhere. He is in everything. And Hiranyakashipu says, oh yeah? Well, you see that pillar over there? Yeah, is God in that? How about this? If your God is so strong, why don't you summon Vishnu to save you from outside of this pillar? You know, if Vishnu's inside this pillar, you know, like, look at how strong I am. And he smacks the pillar. And the pillar, Hiranyakashipu, smacks the pillar. And the pillar crumbles, and out of the pillar comes the molten, red, fiery form of Vishnu in the form of the great man lion Nirasimha. He's got a lion for a head and a man's body. And Vishnu... Oh, hey, buddy. Hey, everyone. This is Hero. Oh, my gosh. That's my old cat. This is not Hero. This is Wally. Captain Wally. Oh, yeah. You're going to mess everything up. Hi, fella. Ooh, you just say hello as much as you can, buddy, because you're getting kicked out of here. He left me alone last time. I wonder if I can make that happen. I just got to ignore him. Are you going to be a good boy? Let's see. Maybe he will be. No. Sorry, folks. This will be one moment. You are adorable, but you must leave. Sorry, fella. Hopefully that does it. Hope everybody had a good time saying hello to Wally there. So, Nirasimha, the man lion, comes through the pillar, is very angry at Hiranyakashipu, takes him inside of... And what Nirasimha does, in order to get across Brahma's boon, is he becomes wild. He becomes absolutely hard and wild and passionate, just like Mars. And even he is Prahlada's father. But everybody knows that Hiranyakashipu has to deal with the fate that has come to him. Nirasimha, as Vishnu, the red, fiery, molten Mars version of Vishnu, comes, and what he does is he goes into in between the building. There's the entrance of the building. It's not inside, and he's not inside. He's not inside, and he's not outside. Brahma said, you won't die inside a building or outside of a building. You won't die at night or during the day. And you won't die on earth or in the sky. So Nirasimha, the beast, takes him, puts him into the mouth of the building. He's not inside or outside. And this is right on the twilight, just as the sun is halfway down the horizon. It's neither day nor night. And he sits Hiranyakashipu inside of his lap. So he's neither sitting on the earth nor is he in the sky. And then Nirasimha, the incarnation of Vishnu, reaches his hand inside of Hiranyakashipu's mouth and drags out his entrails and his intestines and throws them on the floor and says, "You're dead. Sorry, bud. You messed with Mars and you got the bitter end of it." It's a visceral story, but of course, this is a Mars story. So the reason I like to tell that story is because the character of Nirasimha playing the part of Mars was very specific and methodical and logical about how it had to kill this apparently unkillable being. And it was visceral and mean and tough, and it just was so like animal in order to have to do what it had to do. But now in that story, what happens is that it's very full of rage. And even after it kills Hiranyakashipu, Nirasimha, the lion man, is now full of rage and he's ready to kill something again. I want to kill more stuff. And the Devas are a little worried at this point, and they're like, this Mars thing was good, but okay, now we got a new problem. Now we got this crazy raging lion Vishnu, and it's going and stomping, and it's like breaking the walls of the building. Like, we got to calm this thing down. And so what happens is Prahlada, the son, who was a devotee of Vishnu all along, Prahlada comes to the feet of the angry thing of just this lion just howling like crazy. Prahlada, the devotee, comes and kneels at his feet and says, "Thank you for killing the demon. We are glad you are here." And all of a sudden, Nirasimha calms down. The task that I set forth for myself as Mars was completed. I don't need to be angry anymore. I don't need to be full of passion anymore. I can use my passion when I need to, but now that I've done the task that was set before me, I can calm down. I can let it go. And this is an important part of Mars's nature. Once it needs to be able to rev itself up. Just like Scorpio needs to be able to rev itself up. And in order to do the tasks it needs to do. But once it's done it needs to be able to know when to let go, to bring it back, to let go of the passion, let go of the anger, and sit in a state of potential, sit in a state of readiness, calmness, churning its anger, like transmuting its anger in moments where its anger and ambition don't necessarily need to be there. This is very important when it comes to Scorpio rising and Aries rising in regards to family. It's important to be respected and revered as a Mars-ruled character in your family, but not to the point where you get so angry and so blistering in the way that you manipulate your reality that you overstay anger's welcome. Nirasimha almost went through that, even as an incarnation of Vishnu, because that's the pure nature of Mars. And that pure nature is Vishnu. It's good, but it needs to be reined in, and it needs to be used appropriately. The actual deity of Mars is considered to be Shakija, or that's also known as Kartikeya. Kartikeya was born of the earth, Kuja. It's born of the earth. And it is, in a way, it's the god of war, and it represents the perceptive power of the pure, innocent mind that has the discrimination to control the passions and lend them a spiritual focus. It's born of earth, meaning that it deals with the earth things that it's got to deal with. I got to go and do my job. I got to crunch it out at the office, and then I got to come home, and I'm still ambitious after that, so I still got this mechanical mind, When I come home, I'm going to kiss my honey, we'll hang out, we'll do our thing, but then I'm going to spend my extra mind on the ambitions that I've set myself towards. I'm going to invest some money here. I'm going to go and help my friend out to help him do his garage because he's going to help me build my boat later in the year. Very ambitious mentality for controlling the passions in order to deal with specific things. Just like Nirasimha had to use his mechanical mind to do this very specific task of holding the demon in his lap, in between the building, at the perfect time in between night and day. It's all very specific earthly things. Now, Kartikeya, the Mars in us, has to do this controlling of the passions by freeing the mind from its concepts and ideas. These being what we fight for. We need to render the mind more innocent, like the mind of a child, so that it may have true perceptions. The mind is filled with personal concepts and perceptions, and when these are allowed to abate the will, then the self is unable to see simple truths and simple paths, which are the logical truths and logical paths. Kartikeya through Mars reveals that our incorrect concepts that we cling to due to personal weaknesses, by causing us to feel frustrated and angry about things, it shows where we need to establish innocence and pure perceptions. So this conceptual things, this idea of what might be the best action for us, is the reason why Mars doesn't do well in Virgo-ruled signs. Because Mars then gets riddled by concepts, by ideas of what could possibly be the right thing to do. Mercury is a playboy. Mercury says, maybe this isn't the only way that we need to go about this. Mercury thinks sideways. Mars looks upward. It thinks completely straightforward. This would be the most noble way for me to consistently act in order to consistently get through the limitations of my body and my spirit and my personality. So I hope that gives a little glimpse into the nature of Mars as the ruler of Scorpio. Hopefully I didn't take too long with it, but I wanted to bring up that story because this is very much in keeping with the nature of reigning in the character of Mars, having the single-bodiedness. Like Scorpio is like a king cobra with a thin tail and a wide chest, the big frills. You see it like hanging like this, and it's ready to snap at anything that it wants to do. But it often has a weak, shallow tail. And this is the fourth house. This is the fourth house being ruled by Saturn. And as well, it has a lot of space that it takes up on the front end, where it's concentrated on the 10th house and 9th house. Really be this way. 10th house and 9th house are very important for Scorpio rising, but it's got this fanning, the king cobra thing tries to look big in order to get around and do what it does. And Scorpio, that's like the 8th house and the 11th house for Scorpio, ruled by Mercury. It's got lots of wide space for it to try and explore what is the best thing for it. And if it gets lost in concepts, then if it gets lost in playing with the ideas of what it could be, then we find that we have spaces for arrows to be shot at us for Scorpio rising. There's a sensitive ego in the Scorpio, and it's often caused by Mercury. We're going to talk about that as we go along. So I hope that was a cool little imagery of what Scorpio rising is like. So let's start digging into a little bit more of our presentation here on Scorpio rising. I'm glad you guys are all enjoying this as well. Now, this is our planetary lords, and you've seen this in all of my videos. I'm going to go through it here just like I have in all of them, just to give a reminder of what this is about. Every ascendant has auspicious and inauspicious house lords. For every light, Every natural talent or skill we direct our attention towards, there must be a shadow. This particular is very, this picture is particularly relevant to Scorpio because, as I said, they're big where they attain and they're big where they are weak and they fail. So Scorpios are very much like this. Susie Underwood has noticed that the king cobra is a good image, and she notes that many king cobra bites are actually dry without venom. Folks who are bit often die from shock from a king cobra rather than from the actual venom, which is very interesting. Scorpio can be the type to have venom in them for sure. But really, Scorpio is more interested in just climbing ladders of academic, of institutions, of their own ambitious career. And every step along the way, they don't necessarily identify with because they know they can always climb farther. I would almost resonate that with the king cobra not having venom. Scorpio isn't interested in killing anybody on every step along the way. They're just interested in removing the obstructions to their advancement. And again, it's like, especially a strong Mars in Scorpio, I won't take it personally that you are obstructing me at this level because life has always given me necessary challenges. I embrace the challenges as the ladders to my own ascension of my own spine. So I don't take it personally that you're obstructing me here, but guess what? I'm ready to spit some venom and get you out of the way. A good Scorpio will not hold on to that venom, but you will use it in auspicious ways when it's appropriate. Now, every ascendant has auspicious houses and inauspicious houses and house lords. Scorpio has inauspicious planets. It's mainly Saturn, Mercury, and Venus ruling those inauspicious houses. And then it's got auspicious houses. So everybody is like this, not just Scorpio. So don't fret or feel defeated when you're learning about your inauspicious planets. Everybody deals with the same cards in the deck, and all sages consider their worst karmas as the most satisfying to release. Just like when we're doing yoga, our fascia builds up, and oh, isn't it the most precious thing when we get to do a yoga posture and satisfyingly transmute the tension of the built fascia of the stagnants and transmute it into something more delicious, a sum greater than its parts. So, what do the planetary lords mean to the ascendant? That's the lagna. The ascendant, or the rising sign, is the life path. It's numero uno. It's the path of the self's basic identity in this lifetime. It's the first cosmic glimmer of light in the chart, and it's also the body. We experience all of the planets differently based on our rising sign. We all experience Mars differently based on the houses that it rules. We all experience Venus differently based on the house that it rules. And the first house is like our body. It is like the lens, which is the filter for all the planets and all their natures. So what do the planetary lords mean to the ascendant, the lagna? This is an example of Cancer. We see it's got its auspicious planets. That's Jupiter and Mars. Sun is considered neutral, and then Mercury, Venus, and Saturn are considered inauspicious. Very similar to Mars, really, because again, Mars rules a water sign, and so does the moon. But it has auspicious planets, it has neutral, and it has inauspicious planets. The auspiciousness or goodness of a planet depends on the nature of the soul or the intention of the consciousness using it, that being really the rising sign. And even cruel and malefic planets are useful in their own ways. The planets don't change, but each person's nature wields it differently and expands their life force through it differently, according to the instincts of the ascendant or the rising sign. So what defines the relationship of the ascendant to these houses? What defines these positive relationships with one house over another? It's all about the intention of the rising sign. And there is a formula for this. That's what we're going to be discussing here. These are the general rules of planetary auspiciousness. Every ascendant modifies these rules slightly, but these are general rules that are given. There's the trines, the 1st, the 5th, and the 9th houses, and then there's the squares, the 1st, the 4th, the 7th, and the 10th houses. You can see the same thing kind of happening in this Western chart. The 1st house, the 9th house, and the 5th house tend to be trines. And the trine houses are always auspicious, basically no matter what. Even if one planet rules a trine house and another house, it'll almost always remain auspicious. The 1st, 5th, and 9th are houses of purpose, inspiration, and grace. Now, the lords of the 1st, the 4th, the 7th, and the 10th houses, these are the squares, the purple square that we see here. The lords of the 1st, 4th, 7th, and 10th are kendras. They're not tricona, they're kendras. That's the angles. And the angular houses are auspicious depending on the gentle or cruel nature of the planet. And you wouldn't expect it, but what actually is better for an angular house is a cruel planet there. We're going to talk about that in just a moment. Now, the lords of the 2nd, the 8th, and the 12th houses are considered neutral. And what happens is that these neutral houses are usually tied in to another planet that owns that certain house. And the easy example we can give with Scorpio is, of course, we see Sagittarius rules the 2nd house. Scorpio is the 1st house. Sagittarius is the 2nd house. The 2nd house is considered neutral. Why is it auspicious to Scorpio? Because Jupiter rules the 2nd house and it rules the 5th house. Pisces. Pisces is the 5th house from Scorpio. So what happens is that we're painting the black wire white here in electrical language. We are painting a neutral house, which is Sagittarius, the 2nd house. It becomes auspicious because it is also ruling the 5th house. The 2nd house has a neutral nature in this way, and it gets painted the color of whatever else owns it. If it's owned by itself, it'll be neutral, and you'll often find that in some of our rising signs, but not with Scorpio. Scorpio has no neutral houses. Fittingly enough. Now, the lords of the 3rd, the 6th, and the 11th house are always particularly difficult. The lords of these houses, the signs that rule, the planets that rule the signs of the 3rd and the 6th and the 11th from the rising sign are always difficult. They cause us to lose our inspiration, our wealth, and or our enjoyment. They cause us to waste power and activity in the world. They're called yoga breakers. If you have a yoga of some very important planet, in Scorpio's case, we'll be talking about this kind of thing, but, let's say you've got the 5th lord, Jupiter, somehow, let's say it's conjunct Mars, which is the 1st lord. This would be an example of a strong yoga, all things considered, because Jupiter rules the 2nd house and the 5th house, and the 5th house, as being a trine, is a very good planet. Mars rules the 1st house, which is technically still a trinal house, even though it's also an angular house at the same time. So Mars with Jupiter together for a Scorpio makes for a very powerful yoga. But the difficulty with it is that Mars's nature will be a bit unruly, and it'll stain, it'll taint. And there will be an aspect of that yoga that's broken because Mars also rules the 6th house, the difficult 6th house. So Mars is a yoga tainter for Scorpio rising, unfortunately. The nature of Mars in a Scorpio, there's a selfishness of a need to deal with its own limitations through whatever planet involves itself with, in that case being Jupiter. And the 6th house nature would break the yoga a little bit. There would still be positive aspects there, but Mars would break that yoga at least a little bit. And, you know, sometimes the Jupiter can be stronger than the Mars. If that happened in the sign of Pisces, Jupiter's nature would be strong enough to kind of pull the Mars into more auspiciousness than the Mars could. But if you've got Mars and Jupiter conjunct, you know, if you've got Mars and Jupiter conjunct in the sign of Aries, that's especially in the 6th house where Mars rules, and Mars is in its own mula tricona in Aries. So if you got Mars and Jupiter in Aries for Scorpio rising, the nature of Mars is going to get a lot out of that Jupiter because it's the lagna, it's the rising lord. Mars is in its own sign of Aries. It's a very powerful combination. But Mars would be dirtying up the Jupiter, the 5th lord and the 2nd lord. There'd be some instinct in that person to get an ego aggrandizement that would not be as fitting to their deeper spiritual nature as they would like it to be. Because the 6th lord, Mars, is breaking the Jupiter yoga. Even though it would still be good, that in that case, it would be broken up pretty hard compared to if it was happening in Pisces. This is how yogas work in Vedic astrology, folks. Now, let's look at the general rules for defining the auspiciousness of a house, in particular the angular houses. We've learned through all these things that a benefic, it's Jupiter, Venus, and Mercury, that owns an angle, it's the 1st house, the 4th house, the 7th house, and the 10th house. It's considered to be inauspicious, believe it or not. Why is that? The nature of the angles is that they bring in opportunity. Jupiter, Venus, and Mercury have this playful, attractive quality in nature to them that brings in opportunity, and they take it wholesale. You know, when you have Jupiter, Venus, or Mercury ruling an important angle related to love, such as Scorpio has Taurus on its 7th cusp, and we're going to talk about that. So since Taurus is on the 7th cusp, it just takes, Scorpio will take in whatever is going to do the trick in terms of marriage. This is the reason that the 7th house is a difficult spot for Scorpio. The 7th house is ruled by a benefic. As well, Venus also rules the 12th house, and that's part of why Venus can be difficult. Venus is still considered not an enemy to Scorpio. Venus is not an enemy to Scorpio, but the 7th house and 12th house are considered inauspicious. It's partly because Scorpio is so focused on its career that it just looks at the opportunity it has in romance and marriage, and it'll just say, you know what, you seem to logically be the best thing that's going to carry me farther and happier. It's almost like a surrender or a past life purging of the needs of the heart that Scorpio experiences when it comes to love. And we're going to talk about that when we get to Venus. But we can see that since Venus is a benefic, it just opens up wholesale to whatever's in the 7th house, whatever's going on there. And so Venus is considered an inauspicious house lord on the 7th, which is an angle. These planets are not discerning about the opportunism represented by the angles. They do not deal with confrontation and opportunity in a strong, rigid fashion. It's like there's so much coming in through the angles, and you want a hard, strong planet to deal and say, I want to deal with these opportunities in this way that suits me. Now, a malefic that owns an angle is different, and this is considered to be auspicious. These planets have learned the hard way to constructively maintain whatever comes through the gate of the angle. And this brings confrontation and opportunity. So the best example for this is the sun for Scorpio. The sun is in the 10th house. It rules the top of the chart. So since the sun rules the 10th house for a Scorpio, this is part of what makes Scorpios so powerful, is that whatever that comes to them in career opportunities, they can handle it with gusto. They can handle new things, and they can even sacrifice for what's needed in their career. and they will sacrifice many things. They will endure difficulties in advancing themselves in their career and in their profession. They can handle that difficulty well, especially if the sun is well placed. If it's not well placed, they will be battered about doing this, but they can usually still do it because this is the nature of Scorpio rising. This is the nature of having a malefic rule an angle. It's interesting that Scorpio is one of the only exceptions where we see Saturn is a malefic planet. It's ruling the 4th house, but it's still considered inauspicious. It's because it's tied in with the 3rd house, basically. Saturn is very interesting for Scorpio because we see 2 examples of it not, it's not the worst inauspicious spot. Partly because, number 1, Saturn is not an enemy to Mars, which rules Scorpio. And number 2, Saturn is a malefic ruling an angle. It's the fact that it's tied in with the 3rd house that really makes it inauspicious. But it's not the worst inauspicious planet. Probably, I would say Venus is a more difficult planet for Scorpio, and then Mercury would be the most difficult. Although even Venus, again, Venus is neutral to Mars, but it is a benefic ruling an angle, so there is difficulty there. Saturn, even though it's inauspicious, will at least be discerning for a Scorpio about the partner that it takes on. Scorpio is looking for a practical and functional partner in marriage and in relationships, and that is a good thing. And the reason I say partner in relationships and marriage is because the 4th lord, the 4th house, has to do with our home, has to do with the marriage and the family and life that we live in our home. So each rising sign brings different modified results to the expression of this general formula. As we've seen, there are already exceptions in Scorpio. If anybody's interested in all this stuff, you can check out more at Asheville Vedic Astrology's website and YouTube channel. And you can just generally check out Asheville because this is where I get all this stuff. So here we have Scorpio rising. It's the auspicious and inauspicious houses from the lagna. Of course, Scorpio is the lagna. We have Sagittarius and Pisces as auspicious. We have Aries and Scorpio as auspicious. And then we have Cancer and Leo as auspicious. The southern quarters are completely positive for Scorpio. That's something to think about if you're into geomancy and magic and that sort of thing. And then also, of course, we have the inauspicious houses for Scorpio as well. The 3rd and 4th are inauspicious, ruled by Saturn. The 7th and 12th are inauspicious, ruled by Venus. And then the 8th and 11th are inauspicious. It's ruled by Mercury. So it's like 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2. It's a balanced and therefore powerful depiction of this pattern. So what exactly does it mean that all these planets are the way they are for a Scorpio? Let's delve first into a reading by somebody that I love. I wonder if I've got a picture of it. No, I don't. That's okay. One of the great books that I've found has taught me so much about Vedic astrology. This is Light on Life, an introduction to the astrology of India. This is by Robert E. Svoboda and Hart de Fauw. These 2 authors came together and made this great book that's full of just wonderful little gems of wisdom regarding each rising sign as well as each house, and lots of general things that are all good and juicy. Now, this is a Vedic practitioner. There's a lot of stuff in here that is kind of seems old-fashioned, and as well, they are sidereal astrologers. But this goes to show you that even sidereal astrologers know the eternal fundamental mathematics of the houses. So just because someone belongs to a different tradition doesn't mean their knowledge is useless. think that's something important to consider, especially since I've been so all about the tropical sidereal debate lately, which you can find on my channel. Now, through Light on Life, we're talking about Scorpio lagna. What do we read about the nature of Scorpio from this book? What we hear is Scorpios who prefer to avoid following normal procedures are natural troublemakers who are as rigid as the scorpion's shiny, solid exoskeleton. Sage advice from our Jyotish guru to a Scorpio student. The guru would say to his Scorpio rising student, compromise with yourself or you'll be digging your own grave. Very interesting. I think part of the reason is because Scorpio wants to do it all. Scorpio wants to have no limits. On the other hand, the planet of limitation, the planet of accepting limitation, is the inauspicious ruler of the 3rd and 4th house. Scorpio is constantly pained by the fact that it is limited and that it has to be patient sometimes. It can't figure out things, can't just be Nirasimha and drag out the entrails of its enemies every time an obstruction is standing in front of it. For example, the best example I always think of is in love. You took on the lover through the wholesale opening of the 7th house, ruled by benefic Venus, and you accepted the love from them because they had all this love to give, and now they have an obstruction because they have their own energy field. They have their limitations, and they're not like you. They're not ruled by Mars, unless they are, but in any case, they do not have the same gusto that you do, which means that you can argue for the things that are good for you, but you got to pick your battles and compromise with yourself in moments where it's appropriate, or you'll be digging your own grave. Now, one reason for the peculiarities of the Scorpionic personality is that Aries, which rules the head and is the mula tricona of Mars, occupies the 6th house of disease, as we can see here. Scorpio rules the 1st house, Aries rules the 6th house. The scorpion's tail, which is filled with poison, symbolizes an interest in chemistry, drugs, pharmacology, and the like, all of which are 6th house indications. And you got to consider, it's always so cool when this book says, you know, why is Scorpio the way they are? Scorpios actually like getting into chemistry and into espionage, even poisons and a lot of these kinds of things. But it can also be as a very powerful diplomat that is also plundering the agenda of a specific group. More of like a secret agent that's going in possibly as a diplomat, depending on where all the other planets are, but there's a secret intention to prefer the agenda of the given group that they're a part of. And this is shown by the fact that the planet Mars, which rules the rising sign, also rules the 6th house of enemies, of tricky debts and diseases and illnesses and difficulties. The first lord is identified with the 6th lord, and really it's deeply identified with it because Aries is the mula tricona ruling the 6th house. So natives of Scorpio rising are usually interested in medicine, and they have a particular penchant for surgery because the Lagna Lord Mars, the cutter, represents the scalpel. Whether this means psychic surgery or whether it means taking a physical knife and pulling out a bullet out of a wound. Mars is also lord and significator of the 6th house of acute illnesses, those which may need immediate emergency surgery. Scorpios are often playing goalie for whatever team they're on, whether it's a corporate entity or whether it's in the family, where they find the need when brother and sister are getting in a kerfuffle. The Scorpio rising mother or father comes in and says, hey, come on, split it up, come on, all right, what's going on here? What's the trouble here? Or when the Scorpio, Scorpio can be called on as an employee in a corporate entity. Scorpio will be asked to come along, and they're like this defensive planner, or also on an offense, of knowing, okay, what's the enemy like, Scorpio? Do your research. Tell us what the enemy's like. Tell us what we're like. And why is there this difficulty here? And how can we use our attributes to overcome the enemy's attributes? Scorpio says, all right, lead me to it. Give me a few days. I'm going to figure out the weak points of us so that they are barricaded by the strengths of the enemy. And I'm going to figure out the weak points of the enemy so that they can be overcome by our strengths. Now, Scorpio, being the 8th house in the natural zodiac, Scorpio also suggests such 8th house medical indications as poison, surgery, chronic illness, and death. Scorpios are renowned for their interest in death, which the scorpion also symbolizes, and also in the occult, another 8th house matter. Scorpios like to penetrate secrets, since the lagna lord Mars, the rising sign lord, likes to penetrate, and since the 8th house rules secrets. So Scorpios like to penetrate secrets, and they like to get the goods on other people. Again, this isn't always a good thing, but it's not always a bad thing. We have to understand Scorpio is this tough type of scout that will get into the blood and guts of reality in order to, sometimes that can be for a good thing. Imagine the people who overtook Hitler as this evil person pervading all over the world. We needed Scorpio risings to get in there and figure out his weaknesses so we could go in and plunder and destroy an evil. This is an example of these difficult, cutting, penetrating, secret-finding nature of Scorpio put to positive and auspicious effect, right? Everybody has a place. Everybody has a use here in the cosmos. Scorpio natives usually have a strong interest in sex, since Scorpio is ruled by the virile Mars. Scorpio's 12th house of bed pleasures is also ruled by the sexy Venus. And sex is yet another indication of the 8th house. Unfortunately, as is the same for Taurus rising, in a Scorpio ascendant, the Lord of the 7th house, which is Venus here, is also the 12th Lord. So we see that for Scorpio, and this is the same exact thing for Taurus rising, so that Scorpio is the rising sign. Venus rules the 7th house and the 12th house of bed pleasures and of, sexy sort of activities. Sort of like the letting go of tension in the subconscious. That's what the 12th house kind of rules, and Venus rules that. So the 12th house is shared with the 7th house. It's kind of like Scorpio really typically leans on a partner who will be this sort of necessary, it almost feels like a necessary evil that the Scorpio, I get it. I need to have sex once in a while. I need to sleep. I need to eat. I need to enjoy these sensual aspects of reality instead of just plundering my way to attaining my ambitions, to getting farther in my career. I get it. I have to deal with enjoying myself and my marriage and my heart chakra. It's almost how Scorpio can think about the heart chakra and its emotional connections. It's something it has to do, has to get out of the way. It's a sacrifice, 12th house. 12th house being married into the 7th house. So, and we also noticed while the Lord of the 7th house being Venus is also the 12th Lord, we also noticed that the rising sign, Scorpio, is ruled by Mars and the 6th house. And that's the funny thing for Scorpio and Taurus. Since the 12th house is 6th from the 7th, and the 6th house is 12th from the 7th, and so the negation house to the 12th house, relationships tend to be lost, particularly since Venus is also the significator for marriage. So this is partly right why Venus is a difficult thing here. Now this is called Bhavam in a way. Don't quote me on that. But what we're saying here is we'll notice that Venus rules the 7th house. It also rules the 6th house from itself. Libra is the 6th from Taurus, right? So this is kind of what this is saying here. The 12th is the 6th from the 7th. As well, the 6th house, which is Aries, is the 12th from the 7th. And so the Scorpio of the Mars of Scorpio very strongly identifies with the negation of the 7th house. This is how the Vedic people think. I know it can be confusing, but Scorpio is ruled by Mars. Mars, therefore, deeply identifies at the 1st house level with Scorpio and Aries. That's the 6th house. The 6th house is always the 12th from the 7th. So since there's an identification with the house of loss of marriage, Scorpio identifies with the sort of penetrating criticism of its marriage partner in a way. It does it because it's, the wife of a Scorpio or the husband of a Scorpio often takes on the character of that. There's a classic depiction of Scorpio in the Vedas. I wonder if they're going to get into it here. It doesn't look like they are. No, they aren't. So how the story goes is that there's a guru, and he has a love for all beings and all things. He's sitting on one side of a river, and this scorpion comes along, and it needs to get to the other side of the river. The guru, with its love for all beings, has a love for the scorpion and its dharma. So the guru lends out his hand and says, "Come on, buddy." And the scorpion is like, "This is a difficult karma for me. I've never really merged with anybody. I've never trusted anybody to get me across this river. Look at all this danger that could happen across this river. I'm freaking out." And the Scorpio stabs and stabs and stabs and stabs the guru. And in this particular story, it's not a poisonous stab. Scorpion is just, it's biting. I'm freaking out, man. This is tough for me. I'm just biting on this guru's neck. The guru is just like, yeah, ow, 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 ow. Okay, that's too much. Okay, just chew on it a little, whatever. And the guru crosses the river and finally lets the scorpion off. The guru is full of all these little sores and these little bites. And a devotee of the guru asks the guru, "Why did you let that scorpion do that? Why did you get across that river with that scorpion when it was doing that painful criticism of you?" And the guru said, "It is in the nature of that scorpion to bite, and it is my nature to see through it that beings cross the river of suffering and get to the other side. His nature is his nature, and my nature is my nature. It doesn't stop the merging from happening." And the partner of a Scorpio often will relate to this story if you understand it. Sorry to out the Scorpio risings in the room here, but you have to understand that you have to have a strong enough partner who loves you enough to deal with that. usually your partner, since that's the 7th lord, is with the 12th house of Libra. You'll find a partner who loves you and has surrendered to you, even though you cause this sort of 6th house from the 7th criticism and nagging. And if you love them enough, and if you love your partner enough as a Scorpio rising, they will reflect the same love for you. And the two of you will get through this Scorpion, just compulsive nature. And you'll love each other more for having gone through the difficulties of relationship. This is partly why Venus is such a difficult karma for Scorpio. But the bonds that are created in this furnace can go much farther. It's like a malefically bound marriage Scorpio often finds. And if it works very well. So keep that in mind. So this is why relationships can tend to be lost for Scorpio rising. Not always. It's often that they have to experience a second marriage. This is partly because Saturn rules the 4th house. There's tends to be a delay in finding a perfect fit for your reality on Earth in a home. It's a delay because Saturn rules delays and long checks, a long functional check of what ultimately works practically for the very objective nature of Scorpio. This is what I am. It's hard for me to change. I'm a Scorpion. If you want to take me on, Mr. Guru, and get me through this river, you got to know that I'm still going to bite and do my Scorpio thing. The Scorpio needs to know that its partner is like a transcendental guru in this way, who will see past the earthly danger in order to get to the other side of liberation. So also, as it is with Taurus, the passive conciliator Venus must marry the assertive bossy Mars. And the admixture of the white of Venus with the red of Mars will yield only red. This is why what we're saying is that the 1st house is Mars and the 7th house is Venus. Venus is white and Mars is red. The admixture of the white of Venus and the red of Mars will yield only red, which tends to mean that the Scorpio will tend to be the bossy arbiter of what ultimately goes down in the relationship. Scorpios thus tend to try to submerge their partners' individuality, which, as our authors say very astutely, this is a poor prescription for a healthy relationship. It's not a good thing. It's something that Scorpios inherently kind of do, and it's going to take a lot of injunction by a smart, savvy relationship person in your relationship. Someone very Venusian, someone very Taurus. Look, man, you can't do this with me this way, the Scorpio will often hear. You have to account for the fact that you're pushing me to my limits. And if you're not willing to continue this, I'm not willing to continue our marriage. The Scorpio at that point has to compromise with himself, or you'll be digging your own grave. It's a very painful thing for both parties, but the Scorpio does have to compromise with itself in order to continue a long-lasting marriage, and this will be good for the Scorpio in the long run. When when you're 50 and 60 years old and you don't know how to rejuvenate yourself by hanging out with the love of another person who is enmeshed in your cycles of regeneration, if you don't have something like that when you're older, you're going to be wanting to do the best of your work in the age of the sun. The age of the sun is from 52 till about 72, around that area. It's just before retirement. It's really 52 to about like 68, something like that. And that's the age of the sun. And all Scorpio risings are very active at that age. Very, very active. If you don't have a good Saturn, if you don't have the humility to break yourself and to commune and to accept the limitations of the earthly love that other people are offering you, so that you don't have any kind of marriage relationship or meaningful friendships and romance relationships by the time you're about 50, you will not do as good on the most meaningful period of your life, the Sun Nisarga Dasha, from 52 to 68. You will not do as much in that period if you have not developed on the humility that comes with a relationship and that comes from having a decent Saturn, because Saturn is the planet of longevity in this way. Scorpios often dispute with their parents, since Saturn, which is Mars's mutual enemy, that's a given thing in different systems. Really, Saturn hates Mars, but Mars doesn't hate Saturn. But since Saturn is offended by Mars, and it rules the 4th house of parents, the mother in particular, and also because Mars is debilitated in the 9th house of father. So this is why Scorpio rising often has difficulty with their parents, is because Saturn has Mars. Mars is an enemy to Saturn. So the 4th house is antagonized by the 1st house in a Scorpio. The mother is antagonized by the nature of the self, which is so individuating for a Scorpio. It just has to be willing to do its own thing, and it often cuts its own feet off, which is the roots of its own family and its own mother. Just because I have to be able to be myself, I have to be able to go for what I want to go for. If you have a good, well-placed Saturn, you'll have a mother who's accepting of this, but it encourages you to be an individual because she'll know and love you no matter what. But she'll also put you in your place when you go against womanhood, when you go against the wisdom of the mother, when you go against the wisdom of the universe. She will be a reminder. And this, knowing that oftentimes you have to be the strength of the Scorpion to go over top of your mother, because she's not always a perfect arbiter of wisdom. Knowing the balance here is really depicted by the strength of your Saturn in your chart. But that's why Scorpios have a tough time with their mother. Scorpios have a tough time with their father because Mars, which rules the 1st house, is debilitated in the 9th house of father, of roles in society. Scorpio is exalted in Capricorn, and I'm sure we're going to read about that. So instead of me talking about it, let's just say it's relevant to consider that Scorpio's Lord Mars is debilitated in the 9th house. Now, Saturn represents dearth. It's old, not young. And it is the mutual enemy of Lagna Lord Mars. Rather, it has Mars for its enemy. These factors may cause Saturn, the 3rd Lord, to limit the number of younger siblings, or to promote disagreements with younger siblings, due to the wide divergence of the native's opinions from those of his juniors. The 3rd house generally relates to like younger brothers and sisters, whereas the 11th house is more like older brothers and sisters in the Vedic system. So since Saturn is kind of has Mars for an enemy, the Mars of Scorpio is going to have a haughtiness that's probably going to be pushy. It's going to be perceived as pushy to its younger siblings. And there's a mistrust throughout childhood that the younger siblings have in the Scorpio. Really, all siblings is kind of like that for Mars, for Scorpio, because Mercury also rules the 11th house. So that's a thing for Scorpio. That's one of the reasons it becomes very individualistic. It is individualistic, and this alienates its younger and older brothers and sisters as well. It's individualistic because it is alienated by its older and younger brothers and sisters. It's funny how sometimes, like, who's the chicken and who's the egg in that situation? Astrology tells us that they are of mutual arising. Very interesting, right? Now, being a rising sign ruled by Mars, which is the individualist planet. Scorpios may have exceedingly heterodox views on religion and philosophy. And they may have difficult relationships with their mentors, with their teachers, because the rising sign lord Mars is debilitated in the 9th house of spirituality and of openness to a role, openness to gurus. This situation is compounded because the moon, which is the lord of the 9th house, the moon rules Cancer, right? And the moon is debilitated in Scorpio in the 1st house of personality. So Scorpios often follow teachings without deeply personalizing them, and may, particularly if one or both of these grahas is afflicted, speak out against gurus, vidyas, or religion in general. Very profound. Just such good insights on coming from Robert Svoboda and Hart to Fauw on this one. The lagna lord is debilitated in the 9th house, and the 9th lord is debilitated in the lagna. This really shows that Scorpios can often fight against dogma, fight against heterodoxy, but they end up seeming heterodox. And they end up seeming like they haven't really thought religion through. And it takes a certain adaptation. It takes a strong moon for them to move through and get to a place of understanding regarding playing a role for others in society. It takes a humbling moon. It takes a good, strong moon and good experiences with the moon for Scorpio to be humbled, to know that they can learn information from others that will assist them, that will expand their role that they can play in society. And they have to learn how to be a channel for power that's higher than them, rather than being the power itself. Because if they try to be the power itself, they end up being just like so many self-help guru types around who just want to be regarded as having a strong mouth and strong opinions and good ideas about how to get through anything. And really, they'll just be, a lot of their strength and power and questioning authority, which is a good thing. I always say always question authority. But when you question authority to the point of having no higher truth than your own ego's idea of things, you can get limited. And the Scorpios need to learn not to limit themselves to what their powerful vision affords them, and to allow others, and to adapt to the ideas of others. Because that power in them will always be there. What will not be there is the power you can receive from others. Once you receive that power from others, you can transmute it into your own understanding. But it takes the breaking of yourself in the face of other authorities and others' opinions to do that melting pot of alchemy within your own understanding. This is difficult for Scorpios. They'd rather do the 3rd house thing where Mars is exalted. They'd rather dig into their own explorations and ideas of what the data means for themselves. It's the 3rd house, right? Gemini. What does it mean to me? What does it mean in my experience? Third house, 3rd sign. Mars is exalted in Capricorn. Scorpio loves to just dig into their own idea of things. You'll find great Scorpio risings who have the most original ideas in the world. Terence McKenna, I believe, is a Scorpio rising. No one thinks as deeply in the very nuanced way that Terence McKenna does. But he often said, disregard gurus and follow plants. And there's a lot of truth to that. We need Scorpios to give us this idea of things, the exaltation of the 3rd house. So long as they don't burn the bridge to knowledge and authority that is higher than the limitations of their own experience. Feels good to be in your exaltation sign. Feels good to be in the 3rd house. But Scorpios need to learn to invoke the 9th house, because that's not where they inherently would choose to go. Scorpio natives usually have strong ambitions, since the sun rules and is the significator for the 10th house of fame. And so Scorpios are often brave because Mars is exalted in the 3rd house of courage as well. There you go on that mark. Scorpios are hardly ever satisfied in their own birthplace or their own dwelling place, because Saturn, Saturn is the lord of the 4th house, is inimical to Mars, as Mars is the enemy of Saturn, and Mars rules the rising sign. And this is also because the changeable moon is the lord of the 9th house of travel. So Scorpios often feel antagonized by their home roots. But Scorpios frequently run into difficulties while they're on the road because of Mars's debility in the 9th house. It's a bit of a freaky spot for Scorpio. And if they have a strong moon, it will really help them in exploring, traveling on the road, what have you. They can get through anything on the road, but they do get into trouble because they hold so strongly to the energy that they've always known through the 3rd house. I know how to deal with what I have always done in my way without any help back at home. Then you go out into the world, you travel, you try to do things the way you've always done them, and the locals say, hey, buddy, you keep doing that, you're going to get your ass kicked. We are watching what you're doing. So you better listen to me, or you're going to have a difficult time out in this new place. And the Scorpio says, well, how about this, buddy? How about I learn it my own way, and then I'll try to adapt it. But often by doing things your own way, when you're traveling, you're insulting the locals. This is the kind of thing that Scorpios got to deal with when they're traveling on the road. Quite an interesting predicament. Now, our friends here are hanging out. Now, Viva Pashkevukite is asking, is Scorpio moon, 12th house, going to humble my Scorpio rising? Teresa, I think, has correctly said that it gets easier. Susie has said, Susie Underwood has noticed, she's definitely seen Scorpio rising natives criticizing religious and spiritual authorities, having issues with mother, and having a keen reliance on self-authority. Very good, Susie. That's a good little encapsulation of a lot of what we've talked about already. Now, I'm just realizing that I am not prepared. I forgot to get an important part of my discussion here. Now, let me think of what I would call that. Notes. The next thing we're going to be getting into, ladies and gentlemen, is we're going to be talking about what are the house lords of Scorpio rising. And this is, of course, a very important aspect of all things considered in the world of astrology in general. Let me just see. I'll thank you for your patience here, ladies and gentlemen. It seems to me that I have neglected to look up this very important aspect before beginning here. Essentially, I'm just going to be looking for my notes here. It's in my notes that I have. Here we go. Okay, we're good. So in my notes, we're going to be displaying, these are my notes taken from the course that I took with RYAN KURCZAK'S in tropical Vedic astrology. And this is going to give us a little bit more experience with regard to what we're looking for in Scorpio rising. So I do thank you for your patience as I have been digging around trying to find this stuff. So we've been talking a lot about Scorpio rising. Scorpio rising is a dastardly character. And we love them for it. I can't wait to show this video to my girlfriend. I don't know if she's going to watch the whole thing. Because these videos, I know how they are. They're very much for astrologers seeking to learn about astrology. It is what it is, you know. Astrology is such a nuanced field of study. There's so much that you got to know in order to use it at its best. Kate Louise is also mentioning that you've had experience of being criticized or belittled by mentors. It does help in some ways, but it also hurts you. That's a thank you for sharing that experience, Kate Louise. Kate Louise is saying that she has felt belittled by mentors. And a lot of the times, sometimes you might just have a run-in with a mentor that's not necessarily good for you, especially as a Scorpio rising. It's possible that Scorpios are not always all that discerning about who they use for mentors because of the weakness of the rising lord Mars being debilitated in the 9th house. So it's either that you will attract gurus that are difficult, or mentors, gurus, teachers, parents, father, etc., or they will be fine and you will just have a difficult experience within yourself. You'll experience that they are belittling you, partly because they might just be trying to equalize your expectations of yourself and of what a guru is supposed to be, or what a mentor is supposed to be, or what a parent's supposed to be. To humble, because it's possible Scorpios can have an over-amplified idea of the teacher being just another plane of Capricorn. The Scorpios will treat their teachers, the 9th house, as if it was like Scorpio coming into Capricorn, which is their 3rd house, which is, you got knowledge and I want it, so give me the knowledge that I want. It's not how a teacher works. Teacher says, no, 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 no. You want the knowledge. So you're going to learn the knowledge based on how I teach it, or else get the fuck out of here. And the student says, but that's not the knowledge I want to learn. And this is why Scorpios can be limited. I want to learn the knowledge that I want to learn. Well, if you only follow that instinct, that's all you're ever going to learn. That being said, though, Kate, I don't know which of these experiences that you're having, but I appreciate you sharing, though, because, you know, all I'm talking about is the archetype here. So there are plenty of people who will learn this way of Scorpio and will find this balance between these things. So, I always love reading about astrology from Light on Life. It always is very illuminating. Now, the next thing that we're going to get into is looking into the character of Scorpio rising as per its auspicious and inauspicious houses from the lagna. Now, I'm reading from 2 different sources. One of them is coming from my teacher, RYAN KURCZAK'S. He's given us the idea of Scorpio rising here. And of course, this comes from the Brihat Parashara Horashastra. That should say BPHS, I think. So, Brihat Parashara Horashastra is a text that comes from Parashara through an intense lineage. There's lots to be talked about there. I'm glad that Thriller Kid and Kate Louise are digging into the insights there. Miranda Johnson is also sharing a little bit here as well. And I appreciate you guys all for being here. Parashara is an important root of Vedic astrology that was actually relatively new. At least new in the sense that it was only recently regarded as being such a central figure in Vedic astrology. but it's very important to the nature of the rising sign lord and to yogas, as we're going to read here. Stay tuned. I'm going to be doing a video talking about Parashara. And it will be coming from Ernst Wilhelm, who is such a beloved teacher of mine. So these are the notes that I've received and gone through in my apprenticeship with RYAN KURCZAK'S. And as well, we're also going to be reading about Scorpio lagna, the lords of Scorpio lagna. And this comes directly from Ernst Wilhelm himself. We see the nature of the house lords here. What that comes from is when you go on Kala. Kala is just full of such good stuff. I almost want to just, I haven't really done this in any of my other rising sign videos, but I think it's worth just sort of conveying here. Is when you go to Kala, hopefully it doesn't take forever to start up. We see, I can just let's just do a new birth chart for any old time. So this is a birth chart of someone born at the exact moment that I'm doing this video. Now, when you go to the print, you can see that there's a whole bunch of things that you can print here. What you'd want to do is you go to Set Batch Printing, and then you would click over here. We have the yogas, and then you would see the nature of the house lords. You click that, you set it, and then you press print, and you find a way to make it so that it prints it into a PDF. And then it's from that PDF that Ernst has given information for every single lagna, right? You can just print this PDF. I will print this every time whenever I do a session for somebody. I'll print one of these off for myself just to be able to read it as we go along in the client reading. So I hope that was illuminating for everybody to see where I'm getting that stuff. Now I'm just going to clear some junk here. Okay, yeah, that's okay. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, let's first start off. We're going to talk about what is given as Scorpio lagna. Whoa. Scorpio lagna, that's Scorpio rising. And this is coming from Brihat, Parashara, Horashastra. What we read is that Venus, Mercury, and Saturn are considered evil and inauspicious. Now, particularly auspicious are Jupiter and the moon. The moon is the inherent lord of the 9th house. And something I should have mentioned at some point is that the auspicious houses, which are the trine houses, the 1st house, the 5th house, and the 9th house, those are the trines, right? 120 degrees, 240 degrees, and then the 1st house is 0 or 360 degrees. So the 5th house and the 9th house are considered trines, and their order of auspiciousness goes like this. The 9th house is the most auspicious house for every rising sign, no matter what. The 5th house is the 2nd most auspicious, and then the 1st house is the 3rd most auspicious. Now, you have to consider how important it is for a Scorpio that Scorpio has some incredible powers. It's because the sun rules the 10th house. It's a malefic planet ruling an angle, so it's auspicious. It's friendly to the rising sign, and it is considered to be, it's not ruling any other sign. Usually the nature of of a house being ruled by a planet is tied into the other sign that it rules. We can see this, for example, the 1st house for Scorpio is tied in with the 6th house. So the 1st house auspiciousness has a little bit of that ugly, tainted 6th house energy, and the Scorpios just have to deal with that. But the 10th house ruled by Leo is not, Leo, the sun doesn't rule any other sign. It's purely ruling the 10th house. Now, one of the reasons why the moon is considered particularly auspicious is because it only rules the 9th house. The moon is really the most special planet for Scorpio rising. It rules the 9th house, the most auspicious house, and it doesn't rule any other house. Even though the Mars is debilitated in the 9th is the best way for Scorpio to adapt in a still heartfelt way with the world around it and with its heart chakra, which is something that we all need in order to become the ennobled spirit that Scorpio truly wants to be. Scorpio wants to have a mechanical, logical appendment to the holes in its bucket because it wants to achieve. It wants to go as far as it can. So if it thinks logically, it has to understand that its emotions are equally a logical part of the auric field of the Scorpio rising. And Scorpios that have a strong moon have much of their difficulties mulled over and worked out, and they can accept and forgive themselves for the difficult things that they're shadow parts. If a Scorpio, they're always a sharp blade. And if they can accept their faults, then it's not a double-edged sword. It's completely one-pointed, going towards the difficulties in its life. That takes a strong moon to be humbled by the nature of others and by their lover. And as well, even beyond astrology, it takes somebody who is opening to the Jyoti light that is transcendental to all of us and beyond all astrology. Something important for us all to consider. I digress. So what we read is that the Jupiter, because it rules the 5th house and the 2nd house, Jupiter is considered auspicious, and then the moon ruling strictly the 9th house is also considered auspicious. The sun and moon are yoga karakas. What this means is that they can be involved with yogas in a way that can be very powerful. One of the best yogas you can expect for a Scorpio rising is the moon and the sun together, or in trine, or opposite to each other. We can also see that Jupiter in the moon makes incredible yogas, and Jupiter in the sun makes incredible yogas. Mars is neutral, so when Mars is with the sun or aspecting the sun, or when Mars is with the moon or aspecting the moon, there's incredible and powerful yogas there too, but it will get tainted by Mars' 6th house nature. Because Mars, of course, also rules the 6th house, and that's a yoga breaker, as we've mentioned. So the breaking of a yoga will depend on the nature of Mars. You know, for example, if Mars is with the moon in Cancer, that's an interestingly positive thing, because Mars is coming up close to its favored spot. Mars likes to be up at the 10th house, just like the sun. So it's debilitated. Since it's debilitated in Cancer, it won't be able to share as much of its negative 6th house qualities, but the moon will be strong in Cancer. So Mars and the moon conjunct in Cancer for a Scorpio rising is like a powerful yoga. There would be debilitation there, but the moon would help it out because the moon is a friend to Mars. So these are how we gotta, there's so many nuanced things to think about when it comes to yogas in astrology. So what we read is that Mars is ultimately neutral because it rules the 1st house and the 6th house. So we call it auspicious. This is Mars ruling Scorpio, and then Mars also ruling Aries, the 6th house. We really generally consider it auspicious because the nature of the self can't hate its own nature. But Parashara gives it as neutral. Now, the other evil have Marika qualities. That's Venus in particular has all of these planets really are considered to have Marika qualities. It's good. Scorpio is very good when it's good, but it's very tough and hard when it's tough and hard. Venus has Marika qualities, especially because it rules the 7th house. And we're going to read about that and talk about it. The 7th house is a Marika house. The 2nd house, thankfully, removes what is typically the Marika house quality for the most part. Although if any planets fall there, it's still in a Marika house. The second house is always considered a Marika house. It's a killer. That's what Marika means. The second house is a killer because when planets fall there or transit there, it is dealing with our basic vital health and resources, the second house. And the seventh house pulls us out of our own nature. So when there's a transit or when there's a planet there, it's pulling us out of our most essential nature and causes us to take in the poison of that which is not ultimately good for our spirit. So houses falling in the seventh can be difficult. But for Scorpio, what we read, this isn't this. Not every sign says this. In particular for Scorpio, Venus, Mercury, and Saturn can have Marika qualities. Scorpio is essentially breathing in difficult energy whenever it's with its partner through the fourth house and the seventh house. And as well when it is dealing with its friends in its circles. Even to have friends in its own circles, Scorpio is bending slightly to its nature. It's bending away from its nature. Because, of course, Mercury rules the 8th house and the 11th house. The 8th house is the things that we share with partners that help us get farther. And the 11th house is like our network. It's the people that we involve ourselves with in our professional career and our friendships and our networking. So even amongst these, Scorpio still has to bend its own nature, and it can have difficulty. And when planets fall in the 11th or the 8th or the 7th or the 12th or the 3rd or the 4th, there's a Marika quality where those planets can actually harm what the Scorpio is essentially trying to do. If you have, if you've got Venus in the 11th house and you're doing great in your career, let's say you're 36 years old, things are finally coming together for you, and you have Venus in the sign of let's even say Gemini. You got Venus in Gemini, and you experience Venus Dasha. Venus being in the house of a Marika house will have some things that you'll experience difficulty in whatever you've built in your career. You'll experience difficulty in your family and these sorts of things. Not because Venus rules Marika houses, but because that Venus is in a Marika house. Just to give you a little in-depth look at what we mean by this final statement. And we'll probably talk a little bit about each of these as we go along and into each individual example. So, now we've read about the general nature of Scorpio lagna, thus the effects are known for Scorpio rising. Now let's look a little bit into the nature of the sun. The sun we're going to be reading about now. So let's start to dig into it. As I like to say, you'll notice the way that Ernst regards the planets is that there's a certain special numerology, and this is the inherent numerology of the planets that's given in Parashara. Whenever we read about the planets in the old Graha Sutras, they always do it in a certain order. It's the sun, number 1, sun, Sunday, moon, Monday, Mars, Tuesday, Mardi, Mercredi, Wednesday, is Mercury, Jeudi, Jupiter, is Thursday, Vendredi, Venus, is Friday, and then Samedi, Saturn, Saturday, Saturn day. And this is an occult pattern that consists in the numerology of the planets. Sun is 1, Moon is 2, Mars is 3, Mercury is 4, Jupiter is 5, Venus is 6, and Saturn is 7. And there's a resonance with all these. Even there's a blending of the Karakas that relates to these. The first house has the sun for a Karaka as one of the planets that's it's a Karaka for. The moon is not necessarily a Karaka for the second, but Mars is a Karaka for the third, Mercury is a Karaka for the fourth, Jupiter is a Karaka for the fifth house. What we mean by the Karakas is this is inherent for every rising sign. Mercury always has something to do with the fourth house. If you don't have a good Mercury, it'll disturb what's going on in the fourth house. If you don't have a good Jupiter, it's going to disturb what's going on in the fifth house. If you don't have a good Mars, it's going to disturb what's going on in the third house. This is the Karakas, and it's just another lesson in Vedic astrology that we all have to learn. So let's start digging into this here. The first one we're going to read about is coming from, as I said, we're going to begin with what we've learned from Asheville Vedic Astrology. It's my notes on the planet, the sun, in Asheville Vedic Astrology. What we read is that the sun, a malefic who is friends with Mars, rules an angle in the chart of a Scorpio, and the sun is considered an ascendant in itself. Thus, it is highly auspicious to Scorpio lagna. This is one of Scorpio's very important planets. The sun is a natural karka for the 10th house, and it rules the 10th house. Oftentimes, Scorpios can have a lot of power and status, can be very active in the world. One thing that we do read about this is that it is important to consider that Scorpios have a loaded basket when it comes to the sun. And if the sun is not well placed, then many things will fall apart and be difficult for Scorpio. And this isn't just well placed by sign. It's if it has difficult aspects from enemies, if it's got difficult Lajatadhyavashtas, and if it has difficult Shadbala, then a lot of the important things that are Scorpio is supposed to do will find resistance and difficulty. So other things must support the sun for that Scorpio to be a healthy and supportive consciousness in its group and in doing what it wants to do. The sun, as the identifier, is its own identity. The sun rules the 10th house for Scorpio. And they can be right on the razor's edge of morality and ethic. They should be conscientious about who they spend time with. That sun can often be led astray due to false ideals and false philosophies if their discernment gets mixed up. If the Scorpio is not discerning, then that power and status and capacity for leadership and inspiration that the sun gives can be taken in a very unhealthy direction. So they have to be discerning, and they have to be discerning about being a channel for a power that fits their soul, because that's what the sun is all about. If the power that they're wielding isn't close to something meaningful to their soul, then they will find themselves being the pointy javelin at the end of someone else's stick. And they'll be used for purposes that don't feel good to them, and they will come to the end of their life feeling like the ambitions and attainments that they've made, they'll feel bad. Scorpios can feel bad because they were pushed to attain things that actually don't mean anything to them. They wanted the power for its own sake. Anybody would be an idiot not to take that power at that time, to sit in that throne. And then they look back at the end of it and they're 60 years old and they think, fuck, you know what? Being the president of that company, being the president of that, the higher position that I held in that governing situation, whatever it was, meant nothing to me. And I pissed away my youthful vitality just because anybody would have taken that position of power. Scorpios have to be careful in what they guide their life path towards when it comes to this power, which is so significant to them. The trouble with Scorpios is that they don't really know what is an unhealthy direction, especially because the moon is where the Cancer is where the Mars is debilitated. They tend to dig into things by their own feeling because the Mars is exalted in Capricorn, but they don't ask others. They don't ask their lover. They don't ask their friends, their family, what would I do well in? What would satisfy me and my soul in the long run? Because they think I know what's good for me. But this is the trouble, is that they can't always discern what's an unhealthy direction for themselves. They can see that it's a highly regarded status point, but they need to know whether that is good for them. So we need to make sure that the sun is associated with auspicious and supportive, dharmic, happy things and other planets. It's important that the Scorpio has support to the sun, has Mars aspecting it, has Jupiter aspecting it, has the moon aspecting it, or that it's close to the top of the chart where it has strong digbala. The sun ought to be in good dignity in all the Vargas and to have good Shadbala. This is particularly important. Really, everything what we're saying is important for all the planets, but it's very important for Scorpio to have all this for the sun in particular. What is the sun to Scorpio lagna? The sun as the 10th lord. Ernst Wilhelm tells us that the sun is the stone the scorpion hides under and which affords protection. The sun represents the Scorpio natives' strong identification with the karmas that they perform in this life. For they understand that it is that which will make them. They identify, because of course the sun is almost like an ascendant of its own. So wherever Mars is, they'll identify with that, but they also strongly identify with the sun. And the 10th house relates, it's the karmic house. It's a house of karma. So whatever their karmas are is what leads them to what their life path is. So they strongly identify with the karmas they take on and they perform in this life, because that is what will make them. This manifests as an important relationship to their career or their employer and the status that these bring. The sun inclines them to work for someone of status or whom they respect. But they also may give a strong inspiration to acquire status of their own making. They certainly will desire to do this. And they'll work with someone they respect for a long time until they themselves become someone that they respect or that other people respect. Ruling an angle, the sun becomes a temporal neutral, and other factors influencing the sun will determine in which manner the native will achieve his professional objectives. And Ernst is giving us this as something to consider on top of what we've already talked about, as the sun being generally auspicious. Ernst reminds us that this is still a single planet ruling an angle. And so other factors will really tie the sun and determine the manner in which the person will achieve their professional objectives. If the sun is with ugly planets, especially the evil Mercury for Scorpio, then the Scorpio will be tied into mercantile concerns that do not cater to the nobility that Scorpio seeks to apply themselves to the challenge that they seek to apply themselves to. As a natural malefic, the sun will separate the native from those things it influences due to their professional concerns. So thus, wherever the sun is in the chart is going to convey something about a necessary identity the Scorpio needs to take on in order to express themselves to the fullest. If the sun is in the first house, they will separate themselves, from their own needs, from the way that they would most comfortably operate in order to abide by the karma and the dharma that they know they must fulfill. Let's say this would be like some kind of, the sun being in the first house for Scorpio would signify that they would be something to do with their career, would be involved with their personality, with themselves, but they use it so much that they would be doing it for some kind of corporate entity, because the 10th lord, some kind of entity, has entered the first house of self. And so they're being themselves very much, but in a way that even they are annoyed by. They're being dragged around for their personality, and even in a way that would cause them, it would be difficult to change into something that you wanted to be. You would be taken up by a company that wants you for what you are right now. You do it for 10 years down the road, and you start to feel bitter about the self that they've chosen to wheel around as an important tool for their devices. If the sun is in the 5th house, in Pisces, or even if the sun is in the 6th house in Aries, where it's exalted, it would, the career would cause you to probably have illnesses and to not deal with your time management in a way that you would prefer to, although you would still be very good at that and dealing with that because the sun would be exalted. These are the kind of things we got to think about. But the sun, as the 10th lord, it is a separating influence because it's a malefic planet, and it will cause separation from the house that it's in, depending on how it's situated. A tough one would be a Libra sun for a Scorpio rising, because that's not only in Libra where the sun is debilitated, but it's in the 12th house. This would be a Scorpio who has to find, who finds themselves being forced to deal with other characters, to deal with other people in a way that puts them in the behind the scene. They're not the leader. They're not the ones ahead and leading everything. They're helping everybody else behind and even catering to other people in a way that makes them feel like they're disappearing from the limelight, and this is not what Scorpio rising ultimately wants. They would be even separated from the 12th house, which is internal inclusion. They would be called upon. The sun would be called upon by people all the time as being a Libra. You know, Libras wants to talk with people and to be on call for people, to be there for people. And this would force them to not be able to enjoy the 12th house seclusion that the 12th house is supposed to provide. Where we all have to escape once in a while and get away from the world. The sun in the 12th would have a harder time doing that. So this is just an example of how, you know, to interpret the 10th lord, the sun, in the different houses for Scorpio rising. Right? Hopefully that gives you guys a little bit of a cool idea of this sort of thing. Now, next up, the next thing we're going to be reading about, that was all about the sun. I hope you guys enjoyed that. Kate Louise has mentioned that she's got the sun in Leo at 0 degrees. It's all work and no play. You often feel burnt out and exhausted and a silent illness, but you feel it gives you a spiritual purpose and you enjoy it. That's a cool depiction of what I would say makes sense as having the sun, the 10th lord, in its own house, in the 10th house. Ultimately, it's a great position for the sun. It's one of the best places the sun could be for a Scorpio because the sun gains Digbala in the 10th house. It's in its own sign. Profound. That's a profound signature. And it's amazing to see that it still causes difficulty for you, Kate, but it's a difficulty that you feel you get a lot out of. It gives you a spiritual purpose and you enjoy it. Thank you for sharing, Kate. So, the next thing we're going to look at, folks, is the moon, the most auspicious planet for Scorpio. Not only is it very important, but it is inherently, naturally auspicious. The best trinal house lord, and it's an auspicious planet for Scorpio. The moon is one of the best planets for Scorpio. It's a dharmic planet. So wherever the moon is, it's a planet of inspiration. This shows that if they can really get in tune with an emotional state, that Scorpio can achieve great things spiritually. Very interesting. The moon as the 9th lord makes Scorpios very receptive, very intuitive, and very devoted. They have a great capacity to lose themselves in a healthy fashion in religion. So this is one of the best planets for Scorpio. Scorpio really does have a capacity to lose themselves in a healthy way in the religion that they love and that they abide by. They will still have difficulty with religion and they still question it. This is a funny two-way take on what we've already heard about Scorpios, is that they love being in their religion and questioning it. Really, it takes a strong Mars to humble themselves before the humbling nature of learning about religion. In religion, you find that there's a transcendental aspect that takes you beyond yourself. And this is what Scorpios, for all their mean toughness and individuality, They ultimately are ethical people. They define themselves in their personality as ones who want to protect, especially the men. Male Scorpio risings want to consider themselves as protectors for something that they believe in, because the moon is really an important part of what makes up our personality. We want to be regarded amongst others through our moon. And Scorpios want to be regarded amongst others as the caretaker of a role, of a useful role, whether that's protector or nurturer or whatever the karma that comes through the moon for the individual Scorpio rising. And it is the role that they take through wherever the moon is that they often find their deepest connection to spirituality. And a lot of the times this can be for a mother, a Scorpio rising who becomes a mother. They don't need to read the Bible. They don't need to read the Hindu texts. They just need to experience the love that they have as a role of caretaker for their children. And they will see all the religion that they need to see there. Mind you, there is an inclination to, again, have Mars as the lagna lord digging into its own experience in the third house. And they should always be open. Even if you're a mother and you have this great experience of getting religion through your experience with your children, it's still good to listen to others and to open to what more profound aspects of religion and spirituality and metaphysics and truth you can gain from other people and by opening your perspective. It's a two-way sort of nature of the moon. But it's ultimately a very good planet, and it's what gives the Scorpios the drive to move forward. The moon as the ninth lord is the Scorpion's luminescence. The moon as the ninth lord represents the Scorpio native's spiritual mindedness. They have a natural aptitude for perceiving truth. The moon indicates that their beliefs are dependent upon their attitude. And this is very true. If they have a bad attitude, it's going to mess with the beliefs that they have. If they have a harsh moon and they've had a harsh childhood, then they are the types who say God, they scorn God, they scorn divinity and say, what has God ever done for me? And it's just as well that if they have a positive moon and a positive childhood, these are the people who just inherently, from somewhere deep in their spine, just believe. I just believe that there's some good in this world, and I'm going to fight for it. Scorpios seek comfort in knowledge, wisdom, spirituality, and philosophy. Cancer, comfort coming through knowledge, wisdom, spirituality, philosophy, ninth house things. Due to ruling the ninth house, the moon becomes the greatest benefic for the Scorpio native. As a natural benefic, the bright moon gives pleasant fortune while recognizing grace. It indicates the native's capacity to further things along due to their understanding. As a natural malefic, the dark moon tends toward more philosophical pondering, generally by themselves, and really sparring mentally and religiously against others. The moon enjoys talking about the meaning and ethics and morals of things with others. And if the moon is if it's waning, then the bright moon, really, if it's between the 4th and the 10th from the sun, that's what we really call the bright moon. But a waning moon generally is also good. The best spots for the moon is when they are at the waxing gibbous to the full moon. Once it goes past the full moon, it's not waning, it's not waxing anymore, it's waning. But at least it can be still bright from the full moon up to the balsamic moon. It's the balsamic moon to the new moon that is the worst spot for the moon. And again, it's just like having the moon debilitated in a way. And it doesn't mean that your moon is terrible. It just means for Scorpio's sake that you will be a bit more pushy when you do your philosophical pondering with other people. The bright moon is pleasant, gives pleasant fortune, and it recognizes grace. It sees grace in others, and it sees the goodness that comes from people abiding by the grace of spirituality, of compassion, of a transcendental mind, of reigning over the compulsions and the instincts. Scorpio, when they have a good moon, notices those things in those people who do that, and they think that that is the final battle to be won. And they are right about that. They want to bring that luminosity, bring the radiance of spirituality inside themselves through developing on patience and taking after the mentors that they see doing that. The dark moon will do it kind of in spite of all these things. They'll say, you know, like, I want to have that luminosity and I want to know what it is. So I'm going to explore not being the best. I'm going to explore not being graceful. And a lot of the times they can go through a lot of trouble in their youth if they have a weak moon or some kind of ill moon. And it's through this that the phoenix plunges into the dirt and rises again through the ashes into an ultimately benefic planet, which is what the moon is for Scorpio, no matter how you dice it or slice it, no matter how the moon is positioned. Right? That is generally how Scorpios abide by the moon. Now let's dig a little bit into the next planet on our docket. We're going to be talking about what is Mars for a Scorpio rising. Of course, Mars is going to be important. Now, Parashara tells us that Mars is neutral because it rules both the first and sixth houses. And this is true. The self is entangled with the house of disease, the sixth house. And what's more, again, is that we know that Aries is the Mula Tricona. It's the main essence of Mars. And the Mula Tricona, Mars, is ruling that sixth house. So this is part of the nature of Scorpio. So their rising sign abides by, the rising sign Lord, Mars, brings both prosperity and difficulty. Just as Taurus tends to be its own worst enemy for very similar reasons, for the same reasons, basically, Scorpio is its own worst enemy. It digs its own holes and gets stuck there. Scorpio can be too intense, getting it into trouble by trying to fix problems. It indicates a person who feels like they always need to solve and fix problems, and when there are none, they make problems. They make problems that aren't there because they're good at fixing problems. So things essentially break. And RYAN KURCZAK'S gives this important phrase for Scorpio. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. And this is especially important for Scorpios in terms of their relationships and in terms of sharing space with any other person. Because Scorpios are a bit like Virgos in the sense that they have this capacity. Virgos are playful about pointing out criticisms in other people. But Scorpios are a bit more like, hey, man, all us humans need to be at our best in order for humanity to be... Because Scorpios are very moral. And oftentimes they'll come at this criticism through the moon in the ninth house. I'm going to try to... as I'm your friend. So, like friends, they talk about the piece of spinach in your teeth. You got a little piece of spinach there, my friend. Let me be your friend and pull that out for you. Plucky Scorpio. Oh, thank you for pulling that spinach out for me. Also, by the way, I noticed that the way that you talk to your wife is a little bit mean sometimes. Meanwhile, the Scorpio talks to his wife in mean ways, but we're not talking about me right now. We're talking about you. So, the way you do that can be a little bit damaging to our group dynamic. So let's talk about that. Scorpio can sometimes throw stones while living in a glass house. So this is the nature of Scorpio ultimately, is like the Virgo, they will try to let everybody know about the faults that they have in order to exalt us all. Come on, everybody. We've all got Scorpio inside of us, even if you got no planets there. I just happen to be the rising sign of the collective 8th house. So let me just grab everybody by the hair and pull us down into the earth so that we can all be reborn as phoenixes. And that's true. That is ultimately what Scorpio is trying to do. But not everybody, everyone's got to do that in their own way. Sometimes Scorpio forgets this. So sometimes Scorpio makes problems because they think that they're helping people and they're trying to fix a problem, but that might not be as that big of a problem to that person. So sometimes Scorpios will break things that don't need to be there, that don't need to be broken. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. For Scorpio, it's an important phrase. Now, Mars ruling the ascendant, Mars should be generally considered to be auspicious. Despite everything we've said, since Mars rules the rising sign, it's generally ultimately a good thing. That Mars is generally a good planet for Scorpio. And let's see if we read something similar with Ernst. What does Ernst tell us about Mars as the 1st and 6th lord of Scorpio? Ernst tells us that Mars is the poison in the scorpion's tail. Mars, as the 1st and 6th lord, represents the great energy with which the Scorpio native overcomes and improves their personal weaknesses and vulnerabilities. This also creates great strength to fight external obstacles, which once destroyed and overcome, give strength to the native. See, by ruling the 6th house, you got to dig that the 6th house in Vedic astrology, it's not necessarily correlated with like Virgo. The houses are different in Vedic astrology than they are in Western astrology. The 6th house is considered a Dastana house. It's a difficult house, and it gets better and easier as time goes on, but it's ultimately a place where there are difficulties that everybody has to abide by. Illnesses, debt, enemies. The 6th house is the house of enemies. Scorpio identifies with being everybody's enemy at some tiny little level, especially their enemies. Scorpio embraces enemies. Oh, good, sweet. There's something for me to battle against in order to make sure that I'm at the best that I can be. So this is why Scorpios identify, and it's a kind of a positive thing. That it's rare. Scorpio, you got to dig. This is a funny thing. Scorpio is one of the only rising signs who have the 6th house being auspicious. That's a double-edged sword. Mars is a double-edged sword. Not like the moon. The moon is ultimately auspicious. Mars is a double-edged sword, but they love the double-edged sword. It's kind of like, they hold it like this and they can go and cut this way and then and cut that way too. Look at all this movement. Look at all these heads I can cut off with this sharp blade of mine. And the thing is that, so the whole point I'm saying here is that while the 6th house is difficult and malefic for everybody, even the Scorpio, there's a funny mellowing of the 6th house for Scorpio. It's just, it just is what it is. 6th house realities are something that they love to do. This is why Scorpios can be tempestuous. They love to fix things, just like Nirasimha. He had to mechanically, logically get through a certain specific set of mechanical objectives. It's like dealing with a car. Anybody have a father who has a lot of Mars in their chart? I do. And whenever my dad would deal with tools, he's got to fix a tool and he'd start talking to it. Oh, you think you're going to win? Oh, but I'm going to win. And he gets so intense with it, and he will go to fix something, and he'll just be in this intense state, but once it's fixed, good. And then he'll go find the next thing to get mad at and win and overcome. This is the nature of Scorpio, and if their Mars is well placed, then they won't ultimately be angry within their anger. They will use it as a temporary energy with which to deal with what they need to deal with. Just like how Nirasimha, as the red Mars incarnation of Vishnu, got angry as the lion man and had to use that anger. But then once it realized that Prahlada was fine and that the demon was overcome, now I can relax. Now I can chill. Ultimately, identifying with the 6th house in this way is, it's still there, but it is more, the 6th house for Scorpio is one of the only rising signs that have the 6th house as being painted auspicious in this way, even though it still has difficulty. So, Mars ruling the 1st and 6th house, the house of enemies. Mars also tends to make the native very aggressive when confronted, the Scorpio native. And this also makes her a very hard worker. Let me just check, yeah. This inclines the Scorpio towards service professions, being a mechanic, being even like a hospital, like an ambulance driver. These kinds of things are very conducive to Scorpio. Mars gives a natural talent for military and medical professions, especially those medical professions involving chemicals, needles, cutting, drilling, etc. Mars makes them fight for their own well-being and to destroy opposition. Ruling the rising sign, Mars is responsible for placing the native in his rightful place. If Mars is good, then they will put themselves in the rightful place, even if there is antagonism. The 6th house lordship makes this task one of struggle, as the native works out any weaknesses. They have to use whatever the rightful place is to sublimate the weaknesses inside themselves. What is the most comfortable way for me to work out that which is uncomfortable inside myself? Scorpios can make great yogis if yogis in the audience understand what I'm talking about. In yoga, we comfortably put ourselves into the uncomfortable. Now, the 6th house being an upachaya, similar to a dasthana. An upachaya is necessarily a dasthana, but a dasthana is not necessarily an upachaya. The upachaya is a certain house that gets better over time. So Mars, the 6th house being an upachaya, indicates that the native's position in life will improve. And usually Scorpios have a difficult time at first, but especially if they have a good Mars, the 6th house gets better over time. The 6th house being the earthy house. As time goes on, by the time you're past about 36, once Saturn matures, the Scorpio becomes very capable of dealing with the limitations in themselves that they hate. And it gets better over time throughout life. Scorpios generally will get easier as time goes on. That is some positive news for all the Scorpio risings. Mars is also a planet of austerity that may lead to great personal development. Now, due to ruling one benefic house, the lagna, and one malefic house, the 6th house, Mars becomes a temporal malefic according to Brihat Parashara Horashastra. It's a temporal malefic. Really, what we read is that it's considered neutral. It's funny, we're getting really lots of different readings on how exactly this works. But there are other places that Scorpio is talked about in the Brihat Parashara Horashastra. And what Ernst is referring to is generally, because Ernst, I always respect where he comes from, we have to consider that Mars can be a temporal malefic. So since Mars is the lagna lord, it's nevertheless important for finding the native his niche, and therefore of benefit to the native, even if it does so with difficulty. That's why we regard it as neutral. It's like a necessary evil. It has to find a perfect niche for itself, and it kind of has to fight for it, just like we talked about the trees, fighting for root and airspace. Scorpios find themselves doing this, And they can develop great roots for their family and for themselves and for the people that they love, for their team. But it's always a difficult thing. This is just the nature of Scorpio's phoenix rising from the ashes. So as a natural malefic, Mars indicates struggles and difficulties in life that are a result of the native's strong attachment to their personal thoughts and ideas. So really, wherever Mars is in your chart for a Scorpio, you'll find that there's an important area of sculpting and using the scalpel to carve your way into something that is very unique to yourself and important to yourself. And wherever Mars is by house, the Scorpio is going to find that there's an identity there, and they have always identified with certain things in certain ways there. And when they confront the reality of whatever it is, wherever Mars is in the chart, they always find that it's not perfectly conducive to the comfort that Scorpio wants. It's almost like they knew that they were going to be some kind of person that goes through difficulty. It's like that. I identify with that. Yeah, got it. So I'm going to find something that's difficult. And then they get to the difficulty and they're like, man, is this ever difficult? You want to be an ambulance driver because you're very capable of driving an ambulance into hard situations, and you want to help people because you're uniquely capable of doing it. You want to be a police officer. And then you go to be a police officer and you find yourself getting into all the crummiest, shitty stuff that, God bless them, police officers have to deal with in society. And it sucks. You're in a position where you choose the jobs that ultimately suck, but that's part of who you are. That's part of what you wanted to do as somebody who does the difficult things that nobody else wants to do. You find yourself playing this role in many areas and spaces in life. Now, ultimately, as an ambulance driver, the only thing that can obstruct you from doing your job is how you thought it was going to be, how your mind anticipated it was going to be, how you want it to be. Because being an ambulance driver, going and picking up people who are drug-addled, who have died, who are having a heart attack, it's never going to be an ideal, comfortable way. And if you expect it to be any better than it is, then it's going to be hard for you to deal with your job. That's why Ernst is telling us here. Mars indicates struggles and difficulties in life that are a result of the native's strong attachment to their personal thoughts and ideas of whatever Mars is getting itself into, right? And this could mean different things depending on wherever Mars is in the chart. If Mars is in an auspicious house, then you'll be dealing with this in a way that's ultimately still finding difficulty. You're transmuting your stuff through a difficult placement. It'll still always be difficult. If Mars is in an inauspicious place, you'll find that difficulty is more than you bargained for, but you got to go through it, and it ultimately sucks more than it's good. But hopefully you'll have other aspects of your chart that help you to get through that, right? This is how astrology tends to roll in the Vedic sense here, folks. Now, I'm just realizing that something we've got to consider for everybody is the nature of the Atmakarika. You know, if Sun is Atmakarika, it's going to take on the character of what we've talked about for the Sun. If the Moon is the Atmakarika, it takes on the character of what we've talked about for the Moon. If Mars is the Atmakarika for a Scorpio rising, you're going to identify deeply with that first and sixth house. And you're going to identify deeply with this struggle, with this ambulance driver mentality, right? That's something to always keep in mind. It looks like my friends in the chat box are talking about how we've just gone through our full moon in Leo. Woo! Rock and roll. 10th house for Scorpio. Probably an important time. So I hope all of you Scorpio friends and all of my friends in general are enjoying this full moon in Leo that is happening while I'm doing this video. I feel like it's going to be turning out to a good video, and this is probably part of the reason why that is. It's like I'm conveying for all the Scorpios that watch this video something positive about their 10th house. So I'm glad everybody's here. dancing in the kitchen this morning before dawn, my friend Susie. How sweet. What a lovely image. Miranda Johnson has said that she's a Scorpio. I believe Miranda's saying that she's a Scorpio rising. She's in her K2 maturation at 48, and her nature does get better with age. She's grateful for that giving your shame to Vashtas that you've endured over many years. That is so wonderful to hear, Miranda. Wonderful. Awesome to hear it. Scorpios are like a fine, fine wine, and they will get better with age, even with any difficult planetary placements, shames of Avashtas, whatever. Always remember, folks, that no matter what you got going on in your chart, it is only the astral sphere. And if you explore, if you go through psychological therapy, if you do the hard digging to allow and accept and especially forgive, self-forgiveness is important for all of us, and it's especially important for the criticizing nature of Scorpio. This is something that I would underline for Scorpio rising in general as being a very, very important key theme. Self-forgiveness for the shame you've experienced of missing things in the past, not being able to play ambulance driver. You're driving the ambulance and the person dies while they're under your care. Don't worry, my friend. Nobody else took that ambulance job but you. You can't win them all. But we love you even for your failures because you are the perfect person for the jobs that you're taking on. Always apply self-forgiveness. It's the only way you'll get through the failure of being a person who does the difficult jobs that nobody else wants to do. And as time goes on, you will be respected and exalted for doing those difficult things that we love you for doing. Self-forgiveness is very key for Scorpio rising. So thank you, everybody, for hanging out here with us and watching. We're not done yet. We're almost 3 hours in, and we've still got 4 planets left to go. Let's dig in. Next up on our docket, we're going to be looking at the one and only very, very difficult planet for Scorpio rising. You guessed it. Let's finally talk about it. What is the nature of Mercury for Scorpio rising? Mercury for Scorpio rising is very, very difficult. It rules the most difficult yoga breaker. Mercury rules the most difficult yoga breaker, the 11th house. Now remember what I said, that the 9th house is the most auspicious, the 5th house is the second most auspicious, and then the 1st house is the least of the auspicious houses, but it's still auspicious. Now the inauspicious houses also have a hierarchy. The 11th house is the most inauspicious house. Has to do with the fact that there's it's important because it's a Dharma house. The 11th house is actually very important for Dharma. But Parashara generally tells us that the desire to gain what we seek to gain in our aspirations is an egoic aspect of life, because as the Bhagavad Gita tells us, we are not entitled to the results of our actions or the fruits of our actions. We are only entitled to the actions themselves. You have to understand, psychedelically speaking, that this is Krishna. This is the center of all peace and inner soul truth who spoke those words. So when Krishna is telling us that, it's not like a mother saying, you can't eat this candy. You can't eat this candy. Partly because either I can't afford it or because I'm disciplining you. Krishna is not disciplining us. Krishna is the word of wisdom. So when we read that we are not entitled to the fruits of our actions, it's not because we don't deserve it. We're going to get the fruits of our actions. But when you get them, when you get whatever you sought to achieve, they will slip just as easily from your grasp if you only focus on the results of your actions and you let go of what got you those actions, which is the giver of all boons, which is the kriya, the nature inside of ourselves that comes from Krishna him, herself. So don't get too wrapped up in the attainment of things. Keep your mind on what action you can give in service to the love and energy of all that is outside and in front of us. And if you continue to do that, if you continue to come from within, then you won't get wrapped up in the evil of the 11th house. That being said, Scorpios through Mercury end up being tied into this malefic energy, especially because the 11th, which is the most evil house, the 6th is the second most evil, and the 3rd is the third most evil and inauspicious. The 11th house is the most difficult house, and the 11th lord, wherever it is, will cause the most difficulty. Now, if you have your Mercury well placed, if it's in Virgo and it's trine Venus, and it's not aspecting Mars, and it's well placed, then you'll do what I'm talking about. You will just gain great rewards. That would be a Scorpio that would gain great rewards. And those rewards won't clip you. Those rewards won't suck up the energy of your action planets. The desire for the rewards won't get entangled with the action that's getting the rewards. That's a Mercury that's well placed and it's not aspecting any important planets. It's when Mercury is conjunct a planet in the Scorpio chart that funny things start to happen. The Scorpio latches onto the possibility of their lives being easier through the power represented by the gains that could be attained by focusing and enduring on some kind of project, some kind of thing that could give them wealth down the road. And it's the idea of wealth, even accepting playfully that maybe the gain of that wealth might be more important down the line than my attunement to my truth of my sun, of my inner heart. When you attune yourself to an opportunity that could give you the possibility of gains, but you have to compromise your deepest nature, your ethics, your morals, as the moon is the ninth lord. If you have to surrender any of those things, then you will find yourself surrendering the true heart's desire of what the soul wants, of what's best for the soul, for the sake of some opportunity that has bent you out of shape. So this is the nature of why Mercury is so difficult, is because it rules the evil 11th as well as the power-seeking 8th, seeking to gain power through others. Scorpio will become absorbed into others who promise them power and prestige and status down the line, and the Scorpio loses what we love them for, which is being hard and true and real. Mars gets messed up by being involved with trying to be diplomatic with other people for the sake of gains. Because then if you're dealing with a business partner and this business partner says, hey, I'm promising to get your life easier down the road, then Scorpio will not speak up or say the important things or criticize or follow its own path in that business partnership, because it's thinking, if I try to take the lead here, then this partner won't be able to give me their opportunities. Mercury ruins the Mars in this way. It loses its grip on how it can lead by its own idea of how to go farther in life. This is what happens when Mercury gets involved, especially with Mars in a Scorpio chart, where the Mars in the Scorpio completely loses its power to the promise of opportunity from their business partners that might not even possibly get them gains in the long run. There's probably been many Scorpio risings with Mars conjunct Mercury or Mars in Gemini or Virgo who have been led by the Pied Piper to the promise of them, because they know the Scorpio will do work for them. The Scorpio always does hard work in any partnership, in any business partnership. So the business partner will bank on the Scorpio doing all the hard stuff. And then in the very end, the partner might end up saying, you know, you did a lot of that annoying stuff, but I was the one figuring out where we should go with this. And so I'm going to go forward with this, and I'm going to cut you off, Scorpio. Scorpio spends 10 years working for a company, working with a business partner, and the business partner ends up saying, you know, I'm going to work with these people now, so I'm going to take my company, my band, my whatever with me and leave you in the dust. And the Scorpio wasted years of their life working for somebody because they never spoke up against the person, never said, you know, I think you could be tricking me here. You know, so this is why Mars can get into difficulty with Mercury. As well, also, it's the other way. Mercury needs to be playful. You need to be faithful. So when Mars and Mercury are together for a Scorpio rising, you might be saying, hey, I don't trust you, when you're supposed to be trusting them. Or it's the other way. Okay, I completely trust you because you're my business partner, and the business partner screws you in the long run. Because the business partner is equally desirous of power in a fair business deal. And why weren't you paying attention? Why weren't you being critical to the people in your business plan? Thinking about how you can have your own interests involved, understanding your own interests. Why didn't you have an eye for that? Well, you thought you couldn't because you wouldn't want to criticize your business partner. Sometimes your business partner is exactly the one person you want to criticize. But if your business partner looks at you and says, hey, man, if you keep criticizing me and I'm not going to keep doing this with you, Scorpio will go, fine, I'll just stop criticizing you completely. You need to find business partners that are like that guru who will take you across the river and allow you to sting them, but still have faith that what you're doing is good for the two of you. It's a tricky thing to find, but Scorpios are good researchers, and you can find people who can share this space with you so you can criticize them, and they'll be mature enough to take it knowing that you're a business partner looking to do what Scorpio does, which is to check all the holes, check all the blind spots so that we can both mutually find good accord down the line. So this is how Mars can get wrapped up with Mercury and entangled in this way. So this is just a little example of why Mercury can be difficult. Mercury also has extra Marika qualities. Mercury rules the most difficult yoga breaker, the 11th house, as well as the potentially neutral 8th house. But you got to consider that the 8th is the 12th from the 9th. It's the atmosphere. It's where things can get confused and sort of lost. So, Mercury makes Scorpio, since Mercury rules the 11th and the 8th, this makes Scorpio tend to be very destructive with their mentality, their use of words, their intelligence, and their wit. They can be very witty, very sharp with their words, and sometimes they go too far with it. Sometimes they're overcritical of their loved ones, they're overcritical of their partners, they're overcritical of their business partners because they just, I just have to say it because it's just so funny and so true. And they end up burning themselves out. They end up burning their partnership, their partner, through the exercising of their wit. Because they love to do it, but sometimes it's too far. Scorpio can see and work both sides of things. Mercury gives Scorpio a very critical intelligence, but it depends on how they wield it that determines the inauspiciousness of Mercury. So does Scorpio wield Mercury to manipulate situations, to get what they want? Or do they use it to figure things out, to benefit society and their family? Overall, Mercury really gets in the way of Scorpio Ascendant, because since Mercury is okay with just about anything and can see both sides of anything, this ruins Scorpio's desire to be one-pointed. Mercury can relate to anyone. And thus, since Scorpio Ascendant's mind tends to be pulled in a more violent or aggressive and manipulative direction, they won't see it as such a bad thing, and they may get lost in it. They may get lost in their violence and their aggression, because Mercury can find other people who are also aggressive and manipulative, and Scorpio can blend themselves into these people. Scorpios should put a lot of focus towards where they want to go in life. as they might not necessarily be inclined to. They should be playful in the mercurial way about focusing on where they want to go in life. Be careful of the one who hunts monsters, because they may become a monster themselves. It's a classic line that somewhat relates to Scorpio. Scorpio goes and hunts those people who are powerful and strong and money hungry and cutthroat. And Scorpio ends up taking on these qualities of character in a way that is not ultimately befitting, because those people might just be using it as a way to just get them from A to B. But the Scorpio comes absorbed in it. So, this is sort of RYAN KURCZAK'S, the notes I've taken from RYAN KURCZAK. And I think that the Ernst notes are going to be a little bit clearer as to what we read with Mercury ruling Scorpio. Mercury is the crevices the Scorpion dwells in. And I should say, by the way, that for anybody who has Mercury as the Atmakaraka for Scorpio, they can be people who can get very far in life, get lots of status, and they can identify with the heights that they climb, but they won't necessarily. I know a gentleman who's a great yoga teacher of mine who I could see him getting wrapped up in the Mercury Atmakaraka ruling these evil houses. He has jumped and gone very far in terms of climbing and becoming an instigator of connections for people, and it's allowing him to climb very far. But he doesn't necessarily allow it to get him completely wrapped up in the evil aspect of this. And it's partly because he doesn't really have any aspects of Mercury to any critical planets. Generally, any big aspects from Mercury are always going to be the 11th Lord, the evil 11th Lord for a Scorpio. And it's going to cause some damage. Even though Mercury is its own benefic planet in a way, and it can do good. It's a necessary evil for the Scorpio. So Mercury as the 11th and 8th Lord represents the desires the Scorpio needs to transmute. Mercury is a planet of dealing with others in order to fulfill one's desires. And that's the 8th house aspect of Mercury, is dealing with others in order to to fulfill one's desires, which is like the 11th house. Mercury gives gains from others' resources. It's the 11th house, gains, and others' resources is the 8th. And it is Mercury that gives the politician reputation to Scorpio. That's a wonderful phrase. They deal in this sort of, this is the way of resources deal. This is the way resources are. I had to do this thing. They don't take it personally upon themselves that they had to do this. They had to shake hands with this person and even kind of bend and maybe even lie to this person in order to pull their resources over into this place. And, sometimes that can be for good. Really, you ultimately want to be truthful no matter what, and that will take you farthest as a Scorpio. But Scorpios can be the Robin Hood, stealing from the rich in order to give to the poor, lying to some aspect of your politic in order to provide for the greater aspect of the politic. If anybody wants to help the goodness in the world, it takes a strong politician who ultimately is honest. Let's be real. Honesty is the best policy. But you can be honest and still deal with politics in the way politics are dealt with. It's a tricky dance, but if anybody can do it, it's a Scorpio rising. Now, ruling the evil 11th house, along with the difficult 8th house, makes Mercury the greatest temporal malefic for the Scorpio native. And Mercury may incline them to pursue their goals in not so socially acceptable ways, or at worst, involve them in underhanded activities. This can mean like mob, gangsterish type stuff, going in places where the mob rules. But these pursuits will usually benefit those who are involved, as Mercury does indicate fairness and friends in its own right. It is a divine deva, and it has its avatar aspects of Vishnu, It is a part of the divine pantheon. So Mercury indicates fairness and friends. Sometimes Scorpio can be very, an eye for an eye makes the whole world blind. And you took out my friend's eye, which means I'm going to try and take out your eye now. Scorpio just has to be careful with situations like that, because what they don't realize is that you took out my friend's eye, so now I'm going to remove your eye. Well, guess what, Scorpio? Now this person is, you don't realize that they aren't just going to only think that I've got to take out that other person's eye. Even though you were the messenger, they're not going to think don't shoot the messenger if the messenger came out and pulled out my eye. Now you, Scorpio, I'm going to pull out your eye because you pulled out my eye, even though you were just playing a part for somebody else's gun. You were playing somebody else's gun. Somebody else pulled your trigger, but you still shot the bullet, metaphorically speaking. This is something you got to watch out for as a Scorpio, especially with the way Mercury is. I'm just being fair. Now, as a natural benefic, Mercury gives the ability for negotiation that can help Scorpio get what they want. And Mercury, because of course Mercury rules the 11th house and the 8th house, it can play a negotiator, a diplomat for others' resources, as well ultimately leading to the resources that you want for your own personal furthering through the 11th house. Negotiation is an 8th house thing, and it's a Mercury thing. And this leads to you gaining what you seek in the 11th house. Right? So that's very in keeping with the nature of Mercury for Scorpio rising. Tricky part of Scorpio's reality, but doesn't mean it's unassailable, doesn't mean it's always going to go bad. But watch for Mercury in your own chart when considering what could be any of the problems that you have going on in your reality. Ask your astrologer about it, especially ask a tropical Vedic astrologer, because they could tell you most about it. Wherever your Mercury is, if it's in any angle and in opposition to any planet, if it's conjunct any planet, especially if Mercury is strong. Mercury in Virgo is good, but if Mercury is in Virgo and it's opposite another important planet, let's say like if Mars is in Pisces and Virgo and Mercury's in Virgo, that Mercury is going to be opposite that Mars in Pisces, and it's going to cause great strife because Mercury in Virgo has strength, and it's going to give a strong aspect to that Mars that's opposite it, and it's going to cause great difficulty to that Mars in Pisces. So look to aspects of Mercury and to the strength of your Mercury in order to see where some havoc might be caused for you as a Scorpio rising, or if you have a loved one that has Scorpio rising and has important Mercury placements, right? So, we've gone through Mercury now. The next one we're going to move through is, of course, Jupiter. Jupiter is a good one, an important one for Scorpio. Jupiter is considered auspicious. It rules houses 2 and 5 and is considered auspicious. So, what we find with Jupiter ruling the 2nd house and the 5th house, combinations of intelligence, 5th house, along with wealth, resources, and education. It's the 2nd house. The 2nd house really resonates with education. And the 5th house is intelligence. It's the spiritual bank book of intelligence that's come from past lives. If you have a strong Jupiter, it really shows that you have some kind of spiritual intelligence when it comes to any problems going on in your chart. Really, a Scorpio with a good Jupiter, because Jupiter is already this benefic planet of wisdom, any Scorpio with a good Jupiter that's well placed and doesn't have much affecting it or aspecting it in a difficult way, they can have a trash Mercury. They can have any difficult planet, and the Jupiter will be intelligent about how to use it. They can be like at least if they got a good Jupiter. You have to dig that Jupiter is this planet that will deal with this aspect of human character, okay? There's a study that they did of a 5-year-old. Really from about 1 to 5, children can't really think ahead of their present compulsion. So if you say to the kid who's it's about 5 that they start to turn on to this. But if you say to a 3-year-old, hey, Jimmy, I've got a piece of candy here for you. And Jimmy goes, I want that, I want that, I want that. And you go, okay, Jimmy, now listen, you can have 1 candy now, but if you wait 3 minutes, you can have 5 candies. So do you want 1 candy now, or will you wait? And if you wait for 3 minutes, then you can have 5 candies. What's little Jimmy gonna say at 3 years old? I want that candy. I want that candy. Give me the candy. Okay, Jimmy, you get 1. Jimmy goes, eats that piece of candy, and then that's that. You got any more? Yes, Jimmy, I do, but you can't have any. Why? Jimmy just can't conceive of the future thing. You come back to Jimmy, 3 years old, you still give him the same thing, he's still gonna, I want the candy. Now, if you ask Dave, who's 6 years old, Dave, we have something for you here. It's 1 piece of candy. Dave's like, yeah, I want that candy. And you say, okay, Dave, you can have 1 piece of candy now, or if you wait 3 minutes, you can have 5 pieces of candy. Dave will go, yeah, that's way more candy. Only waiting 3 minutes. Yeah, I'll wait for 3 minutes. And then you wait and you wait and you wait for 3 minutes, and then you get 5 pieces of candy. So Dave was smart for waiting despite his compulsion. That's very much typical of the 5th house. It's also typical of Jupiter. Jupiter is a Karaka for the 5th house. So for Scorpio to have Jupiter ruling the 5th house is a lot tied into the Scorpio's ability to see beyond the compulsion of the moment through Jupiter. If Jupiter is trash, if it's in Capricorn with its enemies Mercury and Venus, and it's in the 7th house, and it's got all this stuff that's harming Jupiter, this is a Scorpio that will not be able to see beyond the compulsions of the immediate moment. And they will not be able to plan ahead and be intelligent. And they won't be able to be intelligent with any difficult planets that they have. If they got a difficult moon, if they've got if you're a Scorpio with a difficult moon and a difficult Jupiter, then, or a relationship planet, let's say Venus. We know in relationships you can't always get what you want. And your wife says, honey, I can't be there for you every night or something like that. Or let's say, your wife says, honey, I need you to spend more time with the kids. If you have a bad Jupiter, you're going to say, but I want to go to work. I want to go and do all my ambitious things that I want to do. You're making me spend time with the kids. You know what? Screw this marriage anyway. Leaves the marriage. Doesn't think outside the moment, and then lives a lonely life, having ditched the wife just because of one moment where she asked for something that went against his will. It's because you didn't see that you got to wait for 3 minutes, Jimmy. 3 minutes is all it's going to take, and you're going to get way more candy if you could just be patient in this moment. So Jupiter is very important for Scorpio, for seeing past the nature of their compulsion in this moment. Jupiter gives intelligence. And this is true for all Jupiters, and it's true for all 5th house. But it's doubly so for a Scorpio. So look to Jupiter as a very important planet for showing your ability to get past your debilitated planets or shamed or any difficult planets. If you have a good Jupiter, it'll show that you can get through them with grace. Right? So, Scorpios can be particular and precise in sharing information. Scorpios can share philosophical and religious information. They can be interested in religion and spirituality. This is because Jupiter rules the fifth house. The fifth house is what we're kind of generally interested in. Scorpio also does well and has an interest in sports and gambling. This is Jupiter again ruling the fifth house. The fifth house is our life path in a lot of ways. And so this is kind of what we read from Jupiter ruling the fifth house. The fifth house, the life path, is going to be involved with Jupiterian things. Sports. Gambling is a dicey word, but probably, this is just me taking notes from Ryan. Really, a better word would be like speculative things, investments, this sort of thing, taking on the ability to do a planned risk. This is something that Scorpio generally tends to be good at. Jupiter, the great benefic, is ruling both the second house and the fifth house. Scorpio is the only one who can say that. Taurus has Mercury ruling the second and the fifth. And Mercury is not as naturally inherently wealth promoting as Jupiter is. It can be. A well-placed Mercury for Taurus can really bring that. But Jupiter generally can bring a Scorpio strong wealth in this way. Jupiter is the Scorpion's protection from its own poison. Jupiter, as the second and fifth lord, is a planet of great intuitive intelligence. Jupiter, for Scorpio, gives a natural speaking ability because it rules the second, and it's also speech is applied with intelligence. It's because the intelligence of the fifth house is working through the speech of the second house. This Jupiter also gives Scorpio great memory and skills in predictive sciences and counseling. Jupiter allows Scorpio to be a good counselor. Jupiter is also a planet of lucky money and speculative luck, as well as giving a knack for manifesting that which they need. Their creative ability allows for material productivity as well. They can just generally be creative in a way, the fifth house, that brings second house material productivity. Due to the fifth house lordship, Jupiter is really a temporal benefic and has a natural benefic as well. Jupiter is very much a planet of grace that protects the Scorpio from material difficulties. And especially if you have a well-placed Jupiter, really look to where your Jupiter is in your chart to see how you can find some lucky examples of luck that has been bestowed upon you from past lives, where you can instigate that Jupiter to help you develop wealth and develop on a satisfying life path. Wherever Jupiter is in your chart, whatever house it's in, you're going to find that a natural part of your skill set comes from Jupiter being in that place. Even if it's in an inauspicious house, even if it's not well placed, that is still your Jupiter. You'll have to find out how to take the good from the bad in a bad placement in this regard. And of course it's well placed, then you're just taking the good from the good, and who doesn't enjoy doing that? So, we've got 2 planets left here, ladies and gentlemen. As usual, I'm glad for everybody hanging out here with me. 2 more to go. We've still got lots of viewers hanging out and watching, and I always appreciate, it's just better than me just doing this by myself. That's why I've started doing live streams. I just feel like I'm here hanging out with people, not just jerking off and doing my own videos by myself. I'll save that for maybe when I decide to do an OnlyFans someday. I'm not going to do that. I don't know. See how things go. I don't think I ever would do something like that. But seasons change, and so do I. Doubt it, though. Next up on the docket, ladies and gentlemen, we have Venus, the oh-so-indulgent planet of Venus. Funny thing for me to bring up after what I just talked about. No judgment in that regard. I just don't think that that sort of thing would be for me. I once thought that it might be, but I've gotten away from that thinking. But anybody who does, rock and roll, live your life, just always remember this body is only temporary. And so is your sexual juices and passions. If you want to use it for constructive purposes that bring you auspiciousness, as long as it's doing that, then do that. So, Venus is considered neutral by Parashara. Wonder where that's coming from. Venus is actually considered to be evil. But So what I'm getting from this is that Venus is neutral to Mars. That's what I remember being about. Venus is not an enemy to the rising sign Lord Mars. Venus rules the 7th and 12th houses. And Venus is a Marika. It's a natural Marika ruling the 7th house. But also being one of the evil lords, we know all the evil lords have Marika qualities for Scorpio. So it can be a killer. This is one of those planets where, if you are at the end of your life and Venus is conjunct, let's say Venus is conjunct even Saturn. Well, Saturn is its own Marika anyway. Let's say Venus is conjunct the Sun. And you run a Sun Mahadasha, and you are 80 years old, all of a sudden you go through your Sun Mahadasha, that Venus might be what ends up killing you for whatever ways and means related to the 7th house that brings. So this is just generally the idea of a Marika. So Venus rules the 7th and 12th house. It's a Marika. It also rules the neutral 12th house, and the 12th house becomes tied in to Venus being a benefic, ruling an angle, which is an inauspicious signification. So while Venus is neutral to Mars, this is still considered an evil and inauspicious house, as we read from Parashara. Now, the 7th house represents relationships, sexuality, and intercourse. And of course, Venus naturally resonates with the 7th house because it rules the 7th sign, Libra. And it's also considered to be a Karaka for the 7th house. So the 12th house, while the 7th house represents sexuality, relationships, and intercourse, the 12th house deals with relationships also, but sensuality more than sexuality, and it also resonates with intercourse. So relationships, sensuality, sexuality, and intercourse are ruled by the 7th and the 12th. But the 12th house, as goes with relationships, sensuality, and intercourse, it's more of a karmic house. The 7th house is more of our personal nature and our personal enjoyment. The 12th house ties that personal enjoyment in with, essentially, Scorpio wants to do the dirty, and it wants to have intercourse, not just sexual, but financial and emotional, all things resonating with intercourse. Scorpio wants to do all these things with someone who actually means something to them, and means something to them in the sense of past lives, and with whom they have a karmic draw that goes beyond just the sensation. Scorpio doesn't want to just connect with someone. In a way, sometimes they want to get things out of the way. Like, they want to get sexuality out of the way in order that they can move forward towards their career, the ennoblement of their spirit, being the phoenix, coming out of the ashes of dirty, hard difficulties and rising above themselves and their own limits. For Scorpios, part of the limitations that they feel they're taking on is their sexual appetite, is the appetite for love, the appetite for romance and coddling. They like to be coddled and these sorts of things. And if they're going to do that with somebody, they need to do it with somebody who can also be a little bit of a phoenix with them. Because Scorpio sometimes will hit it hard when they hit it, and then they quit it hard when they quit it. You know, because they sublimate and transmute the sexual sacral chakra into the careers and the phoenix-like energy that is beyond the enjoyment of those sexual chakras. And they need someone who will sublimate things and do that a bit with them. But they also want a partner who accepts this nature of them and will draw them into not forgetting the importance of the sacral chakra, to not forget the importance of the earthy appetites, and with the beautiful aspects of sexuality and of the creative, emotional dimensions of the lower chakras. They want somebody who can draw the Scorpio to enjoy these things without making the Scorpio feel like, you know, the Scorpio doesn't want to be antagonized by your seduction. I wonder if you guys can dig that. Scorpio rising does not want to feel antagonized by your seduction. Come on, honey, you haven't had sex for a long time. You're getting agitated. Why are you so agitated, honey? Come on, you know what I'm right. I have power over you. If you say that to a Scorpio, the Scorpio is going to be like, yeah, okay, well, you just terminated this relationship. Because you might be right. The partner of the Scorpio typically does have power over them in this way, especially for a male Scorpio rising. The woman, if you're a heterosexual person, your woman is going to have power over you because they know that you are holding the atlas, you're holding all these ambitions, and you got weak, shaken knees. And you need your partner to help be the salve for those shaky knees by, come, my darling, come. You've been working enough. But you can keep working if you want. It's okay. But come to me, baby. Come on. It's okay. You don't need to work so hard. And the Scorpio crumbles and just, okay, yes, I am weak. I'm so fucking hard all the time, and I just want to just dissolve in this gooey Venus. And then they shed that skin and go, oh, poof, thanks, honey. Thank you, darling. I needed that. Now I'm strong and hard and firm and masculine again. And then they go, and the woman secretly is like, yeah, I have power over him, but, you know, I'm not going to tell him that, or else he's going to get all butthurt and weird about it. The Scorpio rising woman is a little bit different. The Scorpio rising woman wants to be that power for her man, whatever the man's rising sign is. And she knows that having that power, wanting to have that power over her man, is something that her man also has power over her over. It's this mutual contract. And, you know, ultimately a woman with Scorpio rising wants to play the part of holding that seductive, erotic, sacral chakra energy for the both of them, and wants to be respected and admired for it. It's really more of a dharma thing for the woman to be this nurturer and protector of the husband's emotions, or of the lesbian lover's emotions, if that's where you're at. And of course, I am somebody who is, I often I teach homosexual astrology as well as, for men as well as women. And it is its own thing, and it's different in its own ways. I digress. Ultimately, whatever your partner is, as a woman Scorpio rising, you want to be that nurturer. And so you have to play your power hand as being the person who takes, come on, honey, come on. Come on, you've been working hard enough. Come to me, let me nurture you and coddle you. And that is you being the Scorpio doing your dharma in the world that you want to be revered and regarded for. That is your ambition. Really, it's your personal work as a woman, whatever your career is, which is important to you. You kind of share that with the role that you play in your family as the emotional nurturer and protector of your husband and your children. So Venus is the doorway to providing this role for men and women alike for Scorpios. And that's kind of what we're reading about here. The 12th house has this element of surrender to it for both. I want to surrender to the need for both of you. I want to surrender to the need of playing, for women, playing the part of this emotional caretaker, and for men, having the need for an emotional caretaker. It's tough for Scorpio men. Tougher for Scorpio men, of course, because they're not in tune with Venus. Scorpio women can deal with this Venus ruling the 7th house and the 12th house. They're just a bit more savvy to it. Scorpio women have a harder time facing the ennoblement of spirit by the sun, the masculine sun, ruling the top of the 10th house of their chart. Scorpio women have to really push to do that in their career and even in their own personal family to be regarded. If you've got a Scorpio rising woman as your partner, she's going to let you know that she's important and powerful, and you better recognize it and affirm it mutually so that she doesn't feel like just the emotional nurturer. I'm not just a slave to my man. I'm also an important, respectable part because I put in just as much hard work as you do. So that's where the woman needs to integrate the hard masculine solar individuality. The woman has a harder time embracing the individuality through the sun. The man has the harder time embracing the mutual emotional co-regulation through Venus, through the feminine. So women have an easier time with the 12th house nature of this. Men, Scorpio rising men, have a harder time dealing with what we read is the 12th house nature of this surrender, being vulnerable, having the need to accept the power of the partner over them at some times. The 12th house deals with hidden things, with loss through those hidden things, and with clandestine and hidden relationships. Scorpio is referred to as secretive to those that they relate with. You seem so secretive, seems so hard to get you. If the 12th house and the 7th house and if Venus ultimately are not well placed, Scorpio can give a focus on too much passion, too much vice, too much excessiveness when it comes to sexuality, luxury, extravagance, or even keeping things from their partners, which can cause a strain in relationship. When a Venus is over excessive in a Scorpio rising chart, we find, whether it's a woman or a man, there's an overabundance of sexual energy that is frustrating for both. For men, it comes off as this sexual desire for all things sexual, even outside of their own partner. For women, what often happens is that they, unless their man is satisfying enough to them, this is like a Venus that has too much shadbala, or a Venus that is has difficult things coming from other planets. Like, if the Venus is conjunct the sun, then the sun causes them to work so hard on their ambitions that they tuck their erotic desires away, and then their erotic desires blister through, and they're way too much, and their partner is bowled over by the annoyingly powerful Venus. A good Venus is seductive, it's balanced, and it's continually lukewarm. And we want to come into the lukewarm of a perfectly balanced Venus. When Venus is too hot, it's too steamy, then the partner becomes like, okay, fuck, all right, let's do the thing, honey. Every time we want to have sex, all right, tie me up, honey, put the blindfold on, do the feather and the tickle and, snap me with the whip and all right, we'll do it. And we'll do it for a long time until the partner, unless they also have an extremely strong Venus, will do it with you. But eventually it becomes like Venus is supposed to be a vessel for the goodness of all the other aspects of the chart. And it's supposed to be lukewarm. And if Scorpio Rising's Venus in particular is anything more than lukewarm, or, you know, if it's cold, if you don't have a strong Venus, then you're going to work too hard in your ambitions and you'll be dry, and you will regret having lived a life without the subjective fulfillment of the erotic of Venus. If the Venus is too hot, too abundant, for some reason, there's something bringing out too much Venus in a Scorpio's chart, then it will be an annoying ball and chain that's delicious when it's delicious, but we can't be in the deliciousness of it all the time. The 12th house is part of what this is for Scorpio. Scorpio, if left to their own devices, and probably when they're young, will do a lot of sleeping with people, having sex, exploring all these things to the fullest. But eventually, they'll realize that this is sapping my life energy, sapping my life essence. So the 12th house of loss, conferred through the 7th house for Scorpio, for both genders, means that when applied maturely and appropriately, sex will never be as fulfilling as you want it to be. That being said, it can still be probably more delicious than most. But the nature of sexuality is that it builds momentum. And that momentum can pour forth in a way that's too much. Scorpio risings will always learn at some point that their sexuality is ultimately, when applied maturely and appropriately, not quite what their imagination would have it. But if you have a strong and a good Venus, if you have a well-placed Venus, it will still probably be more satisfying than most people get, even though you feel like it could be more. It will still be lukewarm and even a little bit warm, but it's warm. And in your mind, you could see it being hot, the hottest thing all the time. But if you have a good Venus, it will be lukewarm, reliable, sustainable, and will be amenable to the temperament of your partner. I myself have a girlfriend who has Scorpio rising, and they have a good Venus, I would say. And when we first started going out, I almost thought that I couldn't handle how sexual this person was. There's so much sexuality that pours from her. And when we first started going out, it was a lot. It was too much. She got too hot. And there was times in our relationship when I thought, like, I don't know if I can satisfy you. And I almost don't want to go out. I don't want to go out with you anymore. But I talked with her about it, amongst so many things that were going on early in our relationship. We're going on 3 years strong now. And when we first were going out, I almost thought that, I told her once that you're this beautiful guitar and I don't feel worthy of playing it. And I communicated this to her. And she said, look, I wanted things to be this hot because I thought that's what all guys would want. And that's what I wanted. I conveyed that, when it's there, it's so hot and it's so there. But as time went on, I began to communicate and say that it was too much. I got other things that I'm interested in aside from the juicy things and the boudoir that we have. So what ended up happening is that ultimately she's told me time and time again that I'm exactly the lover that she wants. And I think I will never be as tantalizingly satisfying as her Venus ruling her 12th house could imagine me to be. But I still enjoy the sexuality we have so much, and she tells me that it is satisfying. It was almost unbelievable to me when the first part of our relationship. But she communicates to me all the time that I'm the person that she wants to be with. And she's brought it to a lukewarm point where not only it's not antagonizing to me anymore, it's like I love to do it when we're in it. And then when we do it, we have our satisfying thing. And then now, me as a man, I can go off and she doesn't pull me into, come on, let's go into the bedroom. She lets me go and I come to her. It's like, if you love something, let it go. And if it loves you, it will come back to that sweet lukewarm thing that she provides for me. So I hope that that's an engaging way of thinking about Venus for a Scorpio rising. So, yeah, I can see my friends here on my my chat are talking about it. And I'm glad that it's coming off in a way that's sweet. That's a good way for me to depict how I relate with my partners as a Scorpio rising with her Venus the way it is. So I hope that gives a bit of a clue as to the energy of this 12th house nature, which always for Scorpio will feel like they have to let go at some level. My girlfriend has to let go of some of that super horniness that can come through her in order to keep me, because it's too much sometimes. I don't know if I'm outing myself here, but this is me trying to convey to the Scorpio rising woman what I think it means that the 12th house has to let go of some of itself in order to also be shared with the 7th house in a stable marriage. And I'm glad you guys are jiving with me, and I'm glad I got to share that. Thank you, Kate. And I guess, and Teresa has also had herself having a relationship too. In any case, I'm glad that I got to share it, folks. So, if Venus is not well placed, Scorpio can give a focus on too much passion, vice, and excessiveness when it comes to sexuality, as well as luxury, extravagance, and even keeping things from their partners. This makes the Scorpio ascendant very secretive regarding how they relate with others and to others. Sometimes the Scorpio's just got things going on in his or her mind that doesn't really, you don't want to tell your partner what you think about, you're watching a movie and you're thinking something about this one actor in the scene, and your partner looks at you and says, wow, that's a beautiful person, isn't it? Aren't they like hot? And the Scorpio is like, yep, they're hot. I'm not going to talk about where my mind is going with that hotness, because nobody should talk about what goes through a Scorpio rising's mind when it sees something hot and it's not their marriage partner. Doesn't matter. It's 12th. It's hidden. We don't always need to talk about it. So, now let's dig a little bit more into the nature of Venus here. And thank you, everybody. You guys are mentioning you appreciate the transparency. That's very much... Enjoy it, because the Scorpio in me isn't always this transparent. I really am, to be honest with you. I just roll. Sagittarius moon in me is always what burns my secretive Scorpio. But I digress. Now we're talking about Venus as the 7th and 12th lord coming from Ernst Wilhelm. Venus is the Scorpion's avid mating and the possible self-sacrifice to their spouse. Venus as the 7th and 12th lord is the karma the Scorpio native is to complete with their partners. Venus may give some loss and expense on account of partners. It's the 12th house of loss being mixed in with marriage. And they may have strong attractions towards certain members of the opposite sex that pulls them into the relationships they need in order to complete and resolve their karmas. The Scorpio rising can just be like terribly addicted to the pull that they have from the opposite sex and partners of the opposite sex. And this might pull them into the relationships that ultimately they have a sense that they need to do this in order to fulfill some kind of karma. And oftentimes Scorpios can be people who have, again, especially because Saturn rules the 4th house, Scorpio rising often has delayed in a second marriage, oftentimes. Because Venus through the 7th house will act first and get what they think that they want through that 12th house
sort of sexual vitality and virility that they think that they want in a 7th house partner. But usually, unless they have a very well-placed Saturn and they can think ahead about what they truly deeply want in their emotional life, if they have a strong and rich emotional life, then they will find a partner who's both good for them at the sexual level at first, but ultimately will be good for them in the long run. Oftentimes, it's not the case. It takes Venus being wrapped up in the 7th, and then them finding out that it doesn't work practically and functionally through Saturn in the 4th house, that they often get a second marriage. Ruling 2 neutral houses, the 7th and the 12th, Venus is considered a temporal neutral, right? The 7th isn't necessarily an evil house, and the 12th house is technically a neutral one as well. So this is why Ernst is giving us a depiction of Venus as a temporary neutral. But it's one that may give loss as the 12th lord. Venus is neutral to Mars as well. Now, Venus may also cause, I should say before we continue, but this is just the nature of Vedic texts. When an astrologer is thinking about a planet for a rising sign, they think, okay, Parashara says that Venus is evil. We can also think of other astrology texts that say that Venus is neutral because it's ruling the 7th and the 12th, and it's both at the same time. This is just the depth of interpreting planets in the Vedic way. Now, Venus may also cause loss of vitality through sexual overindulgence. Since it's a natural benefic, Venus gives charm, a talent for fashionable trends, and the ability to make long-term investments that further the area that Venus is influencing. This is because just the nature of Venus can just pull these things out. So, I could see Teresa is saying thank you to Kate. It has been hard. I was just so weary of multiple relationships and heartbreaks that Teresa has experienced. So Teresa, it seems like you're a Scorpio rising, is that correct? She's 50 now, so she appreciates the hard work she's put in. Beautiful. Teresa says that as any relationship has, there are still intense moments that can make us want to run. But knowing you have a tendency for it means you can change it for the right person. Beautiful. And yes, Teresa is a Scorpio rising. Wonderful. I love to hear that, Teresa. Thank you for sharing your wisdom and your experience in love in this way. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we have one thing left. And that would be getting into another of Scorpio's more difficult planets. This will, of course, be the planet Saturn. I'm just going to nibble on some chocolate for a moment. It's been a long podcast. So thank you, as usual, to everyone who's been hanging out with me. I'm very happy to see everybody enjoying being with me live on the podcast. Of course, those who will be watching later on, I'm going to have the chapters marked so you can just fast forward to the specific planets that you want to learn about for Scorpio Rising. You can piece it together. But my fellow warriors of intrigue with astrology, often hanging out with me, Irene Mack, Susie Underwood, Teresa, Katie Louise has been hanging out with us here. You sweet people are hanging out with me for the long haul here, and I really appreciate having you. chocolate. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have one planet left, and then we're going to call it a day. I'm going to go to the library. I got to print some stuff off for more astrology things. Everybody's, I've been very wrapped up in the sidereal tropical debate. I'm going to start talking about other things aside from that, but I'm still wrapped up in it. I'm going to start producing articles, and eventually I plan to do a Patreon. I've been thinking about doing all sorts of different things in my life, and I'd like to focus on a lot of the work that I do with astrology and what I'm doing here. So eventually, oh, Teresa. Thank you, Teresa, my dear. Teresa just gave me $20. Thank you so kindly, my friend. The reason I'm bringing this up is I know, Teresa, that you give me the money that you do just because you want to do it from your heart. You do it all the time, and thank you so much. I'm bringing this up because I'd like to start really making a living off this stuff. So I'm going to do a Patreon eventually that'll allow everybody to have exclusive content, including I think eventually this might be the last video that I keep for free here on YouTube. The rest of the rising signs I think I'm going to put on my exclusive Patreon thing. There's also going to be articles there and all sorts of these kinds of things that you can get. So keep your eyes peeled for all of that. But for now, I am enjoying hanging out with everyone and doing this sort of thing live on YouTube for free because I just love to do it in that way. Eventually, we're going to see about me dealing with my Virgo, Jupiter, and Venus in my second house and making this something that I can focus on fully. And God bless people like Teresa for helping that happen. Okay, folks. Our next up on the docket, we have Saturn. Saturn is, of course, one of the evil planets, and it, like Venus and Mercury, it is considered to have Marika qualities in a Scorpio rising chart. Saturn is evil in the Scorpio rising chart, ruling the third house and the fourth house. Yeah, I can see, Teresa, I can see you're mentioning wanting to take my sexy girlfriend out for a beer, but the super chat wouldn't let you say it. And I think that's very sweet. But I've pressed show, and it looks like I can see it now. And you always feel free to ask her, Teresa. She's a sweet, sexy thing, and she is always down for hanging out with all sorts of people, as Scorpio risings can tend so very much to be. So, for a Scorpio rising chart, Saturn is ruling the third and fourth houses. And this has an extra Marika quality. You can see Saturn rules the inauspicious third house of Capricorn and the auspicious fourth house. You know, for Scorpio rising, there's a lot of neutrality that we can read in the rulership of Saturn. Because, number one, Capricorn as the third house, even though it's the evil third house, Mars is exalted in the third house. So that third house nature is good for Scorpio in a certain way. So Saturn can bring very important qualities to what Scorpio does. The third house is a hard, sharp thing, and it's the fact that it's melted into the fourth house. And furthermore, Aquarius is not the exaltation point of Mars. Aquarius, however, is the Mula Tricona of Saturn. So the Mula Tricona has a more strong instinctive essence of the planet Saturn. And so there's a strong draw towards relationships for Scorpio rising. And they're almost critical in those relationships because it's tied into that third house. Really, Scorpio is exacting and looking for a partner that can take what Scorpio is in order to help get Scorpio farther in life, because the third is tied into the fourth in this way. But what's interesting is that when we read the general rules of what makes a house auspicious and inauspicious, we read that when a malefic like Saturn is ruling an angle, it's actually a good thing. Scorpio is discerning about what it brings into its family, Scorpio is very precious about its partner, about its partner having strong limits, its partner being able to move through and endure things. Because Scorpio's tough like this in itself. Scorpio has its roots in the Saturnian way, and so its partner is going to also be strong, especially if it has a strong Saturn. But generally, this will be the case. In fact, Scorpio, for the most part, will find a partner who can even almost endure in a more Saturnian long-term way than the Scorpio can. Scorpio wants this. Scorpio wants and attracts a partner who can do this. So having a malefic ruling the fourth house, which is an angle, there's a discernment. Hello, mi amor. Nice to see ya. There's a discernment so that because remember, the angular houses bring in opportunity. It brings in the world. It's the pinions that pull us out into the world. Having Saturn ruling the fourth house shows that there is a discernment when it comes to the people that Scorpio brings into their life. Ultimately, though, it's not a discernment that is conducive to the auspiciousness of the nature of the rising sign, because the nature of Scorpio wants to be able to do it all itself. The sun is a much happier angle for the Scorpio, and even the first house, I can do it all myself. The fourth house, it has to have a partner who can deal with the fact that Scorpio wants to deal with itself and who needs to keep the Scorpio in check, which sucks for Scorpio. But it's not as sucky as it could be, and this is why. It's because Saturn's not actually a neutral to an enemy to Mars. Mars is an enemy to Saturn, but Saturn's not an enemy to Mars. Saturn's neutral to Mars. If Saturn is angling Mars, Mars is going to hurt Saturn more than Saturn's going to hurt Mars. Saturn doesn't really damage Mars that bad. This is conveyed by the fact that Mars is exalted in Capricorn, right? Mars does well with that being reined in this way. It's annoying. Saturn's still a malefic, but Mars kind of needs that in a certain way. And it's going to need it with its partner. So the partner needs to do this tricky thing of, Scorpio does this thing where it's like, okay, I need you to pull this Band-Aid off for me, okay? And I'm going to scream at you, and I'm going to say stop. And I'm going to say, ow, fuck, stop. Why'd you stop? The partner says, because you told me to stop. Scorpio says, yeah, but I told you not to stop when I say stop. Come on, be strong. Don't be a pussy and tear off the Band-Aid for me. Ow, stop. Why'd you stop? This is very much in the nature of Scorpio rising. They need a partner who says, listen to the first thing I say. When the Scorpio says, I need you to do this for me and endure through my bullshit. Can you do that for me? And Scorpio rising is willing to check because it's got a malefic on the fourth house. They're willing to get through it. So ultimately, it's a mixed bag, but Saturn is considered to be evil, and it has Marika qualities. It is a difficult planet for Scorpio. It's just that there are things that make it less difficult. Mercury is the worst. I would say Venus is the second worst, and then Saturn is the least difficult for Scorpio rising. So, what we read is that, let me see here. Another example of the enemy status of a planet towards the ascendant being a malefic ruling an angle, and the enemy status overtaking that auspiciousness. Right. So this is where Saturn is, even though it's ruling an angle and it's a malefic, the nature of Saturn ruling the third house and being at sort of at odds with Mars. It's neutral to Mars, but all of these things together make and Saturn have an inauspicious quality to it. The third and fourth house rulership of Saturn shows that Scorpio's emotional state is turbulent. Oops, sorry about that. Scorpio's emotional state is turbulent or violent, cruel, or stern. Scorpios do well managing properties and fixed things or old things. Scorpio really likes to take some old thing that's kind of chonky and sort of like a little bit dilapidated and fixing it, making it better. And this can even include their relationships. They will hold on in a long way to relationships that sometimes that don't serve them. But ultimately, Scorpio is also very good at holding on to a relationship, even though it's got its kinks. We've got our kinks, we've got our intensity, but we get through it and we love each other because of what we get out of the relationship. So Saturn really is still a very difficult planet for a Scorpio ascendant. And it has much difficulty to bring in relationship, no matter how you dice it or slice it. Saturn's relationships is something that is the Achilles heel of Scorpio, for the reasons not only of Venus, but also of Saturn. And the home life of Scorpio, the inner aspects of Scorpio are the hardest to finally be mature about and finally bring full maturity and acceptance and self-forgiveness about. That's why self-forgiveness is so important for Scorpio. Sometimes the only way to really exercise that self-forgiveness is in a relationship where the partner is loving you and holding you and saying, I love you so much. I don't know how you could ever hold this hatred for yourself. And you need to buck up, mister. Be emotionally mature and realize that you're holding on to negative hatred that is not serving either of us. And I love you. And I forgive you. And you'll only ever get there if you forgive yourself. It can be a very difficult, weird, bitter pill for Scorpio to take because they like to hate themselves, because it's the hating themselves that has allowed them to burn into the dirt and rise again as a phoenix. And that attitude is good for the rising of the phoenix and even good of being self-critical. But that self-criticism can bring, you got to discern between the positive self-criticism that comes from Mars ruling the first and the sixth house, right? And being positively self-critical in a noble way versus being attached to having a lack of attunement to your own heart chakra, which is Saturn. Saturn is deeply trying to teach the Scorpio how to accept its heart chakra, to accept that you're beautiful, to accept you're just as important and your emotions are just as valid as everybody else. And it doesn't mean you're weak. It means you're fully alive to all the shadow aspects of the human spirit on the dense material plane of planet Earth. In fact, if you can accept your weaknesses, they become the opposite of weaknesses. They are strengths that have not yet been developed on. And all the more special and delicious when you can finally tune into those shadow aspects of yourself that you never thought that you would be able to be a part of. Saturn ruling the fourth house shows that the heart chakra of the fourth house needs to be developed on slowly for Scorpio. And they even need to go through a third house scratching around and even just smashing their head and just feeling like crappy for themselves. And even facing a partner and talking with a partner about, I'm a piece of shit because I did this when I was young and this and this and this. And I have this aspect of myself and this, and all this is so gross. It's the third house being tied into the fourth house. And Scorpio risings do very well to have some kind of therapist. somebody who can just let them know and be objective about their feelings towards themselves, because they'll realize once they are strong enough and mature enough to accept that objectivity, Saturn, about their own emotions, 4th house. Once they can deal with that objectively, they'll realize that they are probably just as healthy as anybody else is. They just have to understand it. They have to understand that and be objective towards their emotional nature and face it objectively, not just through their own ways and own mind. This is partly talking about the 9th house being ruled by Cancer in a way, allowing the intervention of an authority or an intelligent person to lend their hand into your understanding of yourself, the moon, your personality. You know, so Saturn ruling the 3rd and 4th is just as descriptive of the moon being the place where Scorpio ruler Mars is debilitated. It's an interesting thing there. Now, for our last discussion, let's take a little peek at what Ernst has to say about Saturn for a Scorpio. Saturn, according to Ernst, is described as the Scorpion's pincers. Saturn, as the 3rd and 4th lord, is a planet of emotional desire and need that is very much controlled and protected. Saturn is basically the insecure emotional ego of the Scorpio. Saturn gives tenacity and controlling attitudes towards those things they expect fulfillment and happiness from. They deeply need to, it's like they know that they need happiness and emotional fulfillment, because really, Scorpio is aware that they are an emotional being and they need to feel grounded and happy in order to do their best work. I always give this example of, you're climbing a mountain and you've got water. Water is emotional fulfillment and the grounding of the love and the reflective energy of those around you. If you're climbing up the mountain and you've got that water on you the whole time, many Scorpios will walk with a full canteen up the mountain and back down, and they're dry, and they the whole time they had this water on them. But I want to save it. I want to push myself. I want to push because I can push myself in this way. Like Kriya Yoga has been so good for me. It's something I've been practicing with RYAN KURCZAK'S. Kriya Yoga has a way of teaching you that when you meditate, you want to push yourself to meditate for a certain amount of time, just like Icarus, who wants to go towards the sun. But if you go too close to the sun too fast, you're going to burn your wings are going to melt. If you push yourself in meditation too far for too long right away, you're eventually going to be antagonized by it. You're going to get sick of it, and that's not what meditation is supposed to be. You're on the way climbing up the mountain of life, and you've got that canteen. Take moments to drink it, because not only that, but not only are you going to get the water, but it's going to get lighter. The canteen gets lighter, and that's part of the whole fun of having a canteen, climbing up and down the mountain. It's the same thing for the emotions for the Scorpio. This is something that they might be inclined to hold on to and put off. But if you can find the perfect adaptable balance of using and applying your emotional realm of the love of those around you and the love of your partner, then you will have a solid, consistent, reliable way of nurturing yourself with that water that will ultimately, when you get to the top of the mountain of your attainment, the sun in the 10th house, you'll be able to sustain it longer. You'll be able to do better. You'll be more creative. You'll be more adaptable. You'll be more spry. This is why Scorpios and so many of the malefic, when you have a rising sign ruled by a malefic, it's inclined to deal with things in an objective way, which means that you're dealing in a sort of a left brain way and not thinking about, like, you're trying to be objective, right? You're trying to be objective about your emotions, being hard and rational and logical. But what the left brain doesn't realize is that the right brain is actually the mother that's holding it. It is the left brain is the emissary and the right brain is actually the master. And if you can tune into the emotional reality, you realize that it's your emotional freedom and your open heart and your open sacral chakra and all these things that allows you to be at the strongest creative capacity when you finally have used your rigid left brain logic to climb up to a certain career objective or an attainment or a status or as being an employee or an employer high up the corporate ladder. You get there, and if you don't check in with yourself emotionally and mentally, you're not going to operate at full capacity there, and you will crumble at the knees. This is especially true of Scorpio, and that's why Saturn is so important for a Scorpio. Saturn gives tenacity and controlling attitudes towards those things they expect fulfillment and happiness from. And as you grow, you're eventually going to learn not to be too rigid and strict about the people in your life who are holding that happiness for you, because they will leave you if you're too strict and too hard about them. Due to ruling the third house, Saturn is a temporal malefic and gives emotional self-centeredness. And as a natural malefic, Saturn causes separation, lack, and loss that is due to this self-centeredness and neediness. And this is especially true of wherever Saturn is in your chart. There is an emotional self-centeredness where wherever Saturn is in your chart, something will need to be compromised in that realm in order for you to accept that you have emotional needs and limits regarding this. For example, if you have Saturn in the 10th house in Leo for a Scorpio rising, that's a tough placement, because the 10th house is hugely what you identify with. There's going to be a real egg on the face of acceptance of your own nature when it comes to a Scorpio rising with Saturn in the 10th house, because they are going to there's going to be times where the boss comes and says, hey, Scorpio rising, we've always leaned on you to be there for us, to be reliable, to be there for us when we need you. And right now we really need you. And Scorpio rising is like, sorry guys, my daughter's first dance recital is happening at the beginning of this month, and it's very important to me. I'm not going to do whatever it is you guys want me to do. And the business people in your company say, now, Scorpio rising, we lean on you to be the person who's there for us all the time. And you're going to get some huge bonuses if you do this for us. We need you to be there that day. Scorpio rising with Saturn in the 10th will probably say, sorry guys, I hope, I'm sorry, like we should have talked about it more. We should have planned it more. The thing is that Saturn will be in the sign of Leo. So that would be a huge conflict. And who's to say whether they would go to the daughter's recital or they would take off this little opportunity in their career. That's a tough one. That would be a tough thing for a Scorpio. And this is the kind of thing that they deal with once they get a family and they have kids and they have emotional things that they promise their loved ones they're going to hold to, but they also have desires in their career. I digress. That's like Saturn, the third and fourth lord, being in the 10th house in a sign that it doesn't like, that being Scorpio. But let's say Saturn is in the 12th house. This is a Saturn who it's exalted, and so there would be an extreme emotional nature in the 12th house, but it's still in the difficult 12th house. We would see that there would be a need to basically be doing things for people, your close family, your close friends, even business people, whatever. And you will be seen as someone who's surrendering and sacrificing a lot of your personal alone time to do things for people that you love. And you'll probably feel, I need some time alone in the 12th house, but that Saturn, as the third and fourth lord, as the malefic planet that Saturn is, will cause you to sacrifice some of your alone time for something that is probably more important emotionally and spiritually, which is probably a beautiful place for Saturn. It's difficult because it's close to the fourth house. There would be difficulty there for sure. but it'd be exalted, although that exalted nature would be bringing out more of the malefic nature. That's an interesting one. I'd have to think about how exactly there's a lot of positives and negatives to that kind of placement. But the whole reason we're bringing this up is because what Ernst has said here. As a natural malefic, Saturn causes separation, lack, and loss that is due to this emotional self-centeredness and neediness, right? So there'd be an emotional need to surrender whatever is regarding the 12th house if Saturn was there. If Saturn was in the 2nd house, then you would have an emotional need to be with your close loved ones that would get in the way of your building a slow, all the things related to the 2nd house, of an overarching entrepreneurial wealth. You could be an investor in stocks, but a lot of the time you could be spending on stocks. You're ending up hanging out with your family instead because emotional things are more important in that way. So this is just how we think about these malefic planets going into, Saturn going into any of these houses for Scorpio lagna. So I hope that is clarifying. Wonderful. Kate Louise tells us that you were meditating for 4 years and then suddenly one day you got burnt out and now you're slowly coming back to it. I'm so glad to hear that, Kate. Rock and roll. Meditation, ladies and gentlemen, if you can develop an understanding and emotional resonance for that aspect of yourself which exists beyond all the astral spheres, then you can abide in these karmas of these astral spheres and just let the karma burn through. Let the energy of whatever is happening to you be detached from your reaction or your anticipation of the expectant results and the fruits of your actions, and just abide in the eternal Kriya heart of action that is gifted to us from Krishna. And if you can sit and lovingly move through the action coming from your heart and don't be attached to any result, then the karma will burn through, no matter what the karma is. From the most difficult to the most pleasurable, we will be attached to none of it. And we will transcend it thereby. So, yeah, that's interesting, Kate. Saturn being exalted in Libra in the 12th house shows that Scorpios at some level, that's a great point. Kate Louise has mentioned that there's a blind spot for Scorpio, and that is the fact that Saturn is exalted in the 12th house, which means no matter what, there will be for Scorpio a little bit of loss of emotional desires, their deepest emotional realities. It's part of the reason why Saturn can be considered painful, is because it's exalted in the 12th house. And really, it's also debilitated in the 6th house, which is an interesting thing in its own right. But by being exalted in the 12th house, we see that Scorpios end up spending a lot of their emotional time in close, isolated ways with their loved ones. And even they find a lot of emotional security has to come from being by yourself. By spending time alone, by spending time in spiritual contemplation. It's the only way that you will really fully come into the depths of emotional balance that a Scorpio seeks. It's not going to come by being subservient to your partner through Venus in the 7th and 12th house. It's also not going to come from ignoring your partner. It's not going to come from even spending all of your time with your emotional family. It's going to mostly come in a lot of ways for Scorpio by being objective about your own compulsive emotional nature, being mature about it, and dealing with it maturely and objectively. If you haven't spent enough time with your lovers and your family, then do that. Let go of your attachment to your work. If you've been spending too much time emotionally coddling yourself with your family or with your wife or your husband or your children or your friends, and you're neglecting the ennoblement of the spirit, which is so Scorpio, then you've got to let go of that. Let go of your emotional attachments and burn yourself in the fire of the 12th house isolatedness. It's a very interesting thing and a very important thing to consider. Teresa's asking about if this blind spot has to do with low digbala too. I wonder what exactly you mean by that, but yeah, okay. I think I see what Teresa's saying. If Saturn being exalted in the 12th house, its exaltation is also close to the 1st house. Really, what I would contend there is that, Saturn can have different places of strength for a Scorpio. It'd be hard to say the best place for Saturn to go for a Scorpio. It's exalted in the 12th, but it's also close to by doing so, it's also close to the 1st house, where Saturn lacks digbala. It's interesting that Saturn has its strongest digbala in the 7th house, where it's also close to its debilitation point. Really, I'd say the better placement, a great placement for Saturn, for Scorpio, is Taurus and even Gemini, because they're close to the 7th house, even though it's close to the debilitation point. Aries isn't the best place, but it's not the worst place, because Saturn does well in the 6th, and it's close to its digbala point. That's partly why Saturn is a mixed bag for Scorpio. So I hope that's clarifying what you're asking there, Teresa. Ultimately, it's all important, folks. Now, this has been our conversation for today, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for hanging out with me today. I'm Dustin Cormier for How to Rock Astrology. I hope this has been eye-opening and elucidating and illuminating about the nature of Scorpio rising. This has been a longer one, but I kind of expected that to happen for Scorpio. They're probably all going to be kind of around 4 hours, I see being a thing. So thank you all for hanging out with me. Thank you to the 15 to 18 people who have been watching me and even hanging out and chatting with me live. It's Katie, Louise, Teresa, Mia Moore, Teresa for giving me that $20 as a tip. Thank you so kindly. Susie Underwood, Dion D. A lot of you have been hanging out with me and chatting on the chat, and I appreciate it. But there's about 15 or 18 who have been hanging out and not necessarily saying anything. And I'm just as appreciative for you folks for hanging out as well. For all of you at home, leave me some comments. Let me know what you think. Ask me some questions if you feel like it, and I'll do my best to answer them. I got a lot more teaching things that I want to do on the docket, so feel free to ask me about videos you'd like me to do, but I've got a pretty set plan for videos coming in the next coming bit. So thank you very much, Susie Underwood, you as well. Thank you so much for hanging out with me. And to everybody, see you on the flip side, folks. Thanks for hanging out. Keep your eyes peeled because there's more stuff coming through.